Got a dungeon master screen here somewhere.
Who has my glow-in-the-dark 20-sided?
Hey, I can't find my character sheet. Where's my character?
Oh,
there it is.
Here, you're gonna have to roll a save.
It's in with a
I get
Cheetos.
somebody looking at my dungeon master screen more than twice.
I know I gave it to somebody over here and I didn't get it back.
Roll for initiative.
I can't roll.
Now it's got yellow on it. We were skulking through this dungeon, a mighty sorry lot. Old Galliard the fighter had been acting like a sot. Our cleric had colitis, our torches all were wet, but we had to find some treasure soon to get us out of debt. So Galliard and Sonia were itching for a fight. Come here. They both took the left fork while we went to the right. And that is when we heard it, the sound of rolling dice. We wondered why we had ignored these words of sage advice.
Diversified portfolio.
Don't you know you never split the party? Clerics in the back, keep those fighters hale and hearty. The wizard in the middle, where he can shed some light. And you never let that damn thief out of sight. So then we heard this bellow from back around the bend. We turned around to see if there was aid that we could lend. And suddenly the corridor was covered up with orcs. We fell back in a panic, feeling like a bunch of dorks.
One of my dice up cubic zirconia.
The thief had pissed his leathers, our monk was turning blue. Our wizard got all flustered and he covered us with goo. The cleric swung his holy club, some orcish skulls to break. We tried to dodge his backswing as we pondered our mistake. Don't you know you never split the party? Clerics in the back, keep those fighters hale and hearty. The wizard in the middle, where he can shed some light. And you never let that damn thief out of sight. We finally found our fighters, they were hacking at a troll. They chopped off knees and elbows, but it kept on growing holes. Our wizard flung his fireball, his dice they did not fail. He torched that troll and left our fighters roasting in their mail. The cleric had his hands full, apologies were said. We swore an oath we'd stick together just like we were wed. But then we found that sneaky thief had vanished in the gloom. We caught him stuffing pockets in the secret treasure room.
I'm in politics.
Don't you know you never split the party? Clerics in the back, keep those fighters hale and hearty. The wizard in the middle, where he can shed some light. And you never let that damn thief out of sight. Don't you know you never split the party? Clerics in the back, keep those fighters hale and hearty. The wizard in the middle, where he can shed some light. And you never let that damn thief, you never let that damn thief, you never let that damn thief out of sight.
Calais. Oh, that's not supposed to look that way. Calais. I'm very tiny. Just readjust my life here. You would think that I would plan ahead. Green screen fat spotted. Yes, I'm sorry everyone. I hate to break it to you all, but my extensive green screen network has to make sure that my $1 million studio isn't found. But yes, hello. Calais, everyone. My name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but what are we doing today? Obviously, we're going to be talking about a few games. Namely, we're going to be talking about 3 games. 3 very strange games that I said I would go over, but never did. So here we are. Ta-da! We did it, everyone. So, fantasy. Fantasy is weird. Fantasy is a very weird genre. Because you think fantasy, and what do you immediately think of? You probably are thinking of an elf. Not like one of these elves, like a fantasy elf. And if you put fantasy elf in front of anything, it immediately becomes different. Again, like, you're thinking of, like, Legolas, right? You think of, like, You're like, oh wow, look, it's Orlando Bloom. It's Legolas, our favorite elf. But then you're also thinking, dwarf. Okay, dwarf. Wow, fantasy dwarf. All right, thick Scottish accent. Ha ha ha, it's me, I'm a dwarf. That's a terrible dwarf accent. You're probably thinking of orcs and goblins and other fantasy, I should say, generic fantasy. Like, you're probably thinking of, like, the standard fantasy things. And while we would really love to say that, fantasy, generic fantasy, generic fantasy isn't real. We're all unique, beautiful things. Let's be honest with ourselves. If we type in D&D party, what pops up? Wow, look everyone, it's the most standard D&D group physically imaginable. This is what people think fantasy is. For better or for worse. Is the program like you turn your PNG into green screen, or do you use an actual green background for your thing? The program I use has an option to change the background color for this exact reason. If I kept it the way that I do it in OBS, half my face wouldn't show up, so I have to do some finagling every now and again. So that is the reason. It's a very convenient program. It lets me wobble around every now and again. But yes, fantasy. I think fantasy is, I would say I think confidently we can all say fantasy is the largest genre in the tabletop role-playing game sphere. There's a lot of different fantasy games. And there's old school fantasy, there's new school fantasy, there is dwarf fantasy, there is elf fantasy, there is whatever the fuck is going on here fantasy. There's, of course, we have more exotic things like Elder Scrolls. You can tell how exotic Elder Scrolls is now because we see a dude in armor in the Skyrim helmet. That's my favorite, the Skyrim helmet. Or we have the brand new Elder Scrolls Castles. So you too can now play Fallout Shelter and Elder Scrolls because Bethesda hasn't killed this franchise yet for some unholy reason. But yeah, fantasy. We're going to go over some fantasy games today. A few of them. Now, to give you an idea of what's in my fantasy folder, though, and what games didn't get picked today, because I haven't talked about any of these other ones, really. In any serious capacity, I've never really talked about any of them. But some of the games that I thought about going over, but chose not to because I didn't feel like it, were things like The Holy Land. This is the full-on godly game. So this is a Christian role-playing game through and through. Of course, we can also play a bard in this game. You have no spells, you just have miracles, very different. Why is there a Kung Fu Templar? I don't know why there's a Kung Fu Templar. It just works. Yeah. This is the Christian role-playing game because we love Christian role-playing games. That's what we have to always have to remember. I thought about going over Monkey, the storytelling game of Journey to the West. This incredibly simple little game here. Doesn't look too complicated, but I thought about going over this one, but I'm like, nah. There's another game with the exact same theme we're going to be talking about today, and I don't want people to get confused by it. I still have no idea what the fuck this game is, and I keep meaning to go over it. This is Wolves of God. Wolves of God is actually by Kevin Crawford. That name sounds familiar because Kevin Crawford has done a lot of things in TTRPGs. But I have heard that this is a pretty bog standard, OSR shit brew. I've heard that this is the greatest game known to human history. I keep hearing very extremes on that one. Medieval dogs in the vineyard? God, if only. Oh, nice. Didn't know you were going Wolves of God. We're not going over it today. It's these are some of the games that I thought about going over, but just kind of didn't. The ones we're going over today are all three very odd games for their own very unique reasons. Of course, we have Gubat Banwa. Gubat Banwa, I had it open. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go over this game. But then there's something I realized with this game, and the fact that it's 400 fucking pages. And when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're like, yeah, let's start. I'm like, nope, we're not doing that. Fuck that. we ain't talking about this one. I should bring this up. We do need to go over Primrose again, because we went over Primrose a long time ago. And Primrose kind of got a little bit regulated to different places, kind of inadvertently. Because we went over a pre-release version of it, effectively, by a guy named James Handley. He's actually a very cool dude, Mr. Foxter. This might get folded into a different case. I don't know. It's really dependent on how it is. It's effectively the Redwall. It's effectively Redwall, but I like it. Very good. Oh yeah, no, Primrose is very interesting. There's I have quite a few games that I keep meaning to go over for one reason or another. We also have Lore and Legacy, which I don't actually think this is a little bit of a weird one, so I was like, I don't really want to try to like parse through that in the middle of the night. So what are we going over though? What are we going over today? Well, we're going over 3 games. Yeah, I know, not too exciting. But they're all games I've said I would go over before. This is Sword Chronicle, feudal fantasy role-playing by Green Ronin Publishing. Wow, this looks... What? This sounds really familiar to another game we've technically covered before. Yeah, it's actually the A Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. Like 1-to-1. We're also going to be going over, Pilgrims of the Flying Temple. Not Flying Pilgrim, I believe it's, Flying Pilgrims of the Temple, because there's another version of this game. We're not going over that one. We're going over the first version. That's completely different from all the others. I actually thought about dropping this one when I kind of started realizing what it was, but I chose to keep it because it'll be an interesting video. That's legitimately the reason I kept this one on, is because it is an interesting video. And then, of course, we have a very special game known as Dominion Rules. Yes, Dominion Rules. Now, Dominion Rules is a little bit... It's more fascinating to muse about this game than it is to actually go over it. Because there's a bunch of weird shit with this one. But hey, yeah, that's half the fun. Now, if you give me one moment, what I'm going to do... I'm going to close out of that. I'm going to actually pull up real fast. Because I have to go into my other folder. I have to go into my, my SSD here. To get a very special game, which is going to be the Song of Ice and Fire, obviously, because the Game of Thrones role-playing game is very important. Let me just put out 2 things here real fast. I just need to readjust some things in my life. Where? I need to fix the entirety of my my poor desktop. It looks rough. It looks rough, Kings. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Now, what I'm doing is very important because I am getting out my copy of A Song in Ice and Fire role-playing game, the first version of this, because the first game we're going to be going over is going to be Chaos Stream, Fern 2C 2, In case you're wondering, in my folder, I literally have this case known as Ferntusi. No, we're not doing the old D20 version. Not, God, no, not yet. Not yet. That's by Guardians of the Order, fun fact. This is Sword Chronicle, a feudal fantasy role-playing game. A feudal fantasy. This is a Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. The Game of Thrones edition. Now, this is very important. Both of these games are by Robert J. Schwalb. Ooh, what's poppin', gamers? What is all of this? What is all of this nonsense? Well, if we do a very basic look of, what is Sword Chronicle? We just Google Sword Chronicle, we get this right off the bat. This is the Chronicle system. Feudal fantasy role-playing powered by, rules engine behind the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. And you may be wondering, hey, I remember the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. And the answer is, yeah, because it was okay. We talked about this game a long time ago, and I actually made a video on A Song of Ice and Fire role-playing during the first season of The Little Opinions. Yes, the first season, the one where the jank-ass audio and I didn't know what I was doing. And I still don't. But this is the original... This is the generic version of the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. Now, it's an interesting thing to note about this is that Green Ronin had the IP to it. They lost the IP somewhere in 2019, 2020, and they managed to make Sword Chronicle. If you look over here, it's $20 effectively. And it is effectively just that game one-to-one. To the point where there is copy-paste jobs. Yes, there are actual copy-paste incidents in this particular game, even down to the fact that they are not bards, they're mummers. That's one of the funny things. They keep a lot of things they shouldn't, and they try to add in new things, and it just doesn't quite work. It's not what? In Game of Thrones, in the Game of Thrones universe, they do not call bards. What they do is they call them mummers. And that's kind of the idea, is you don't play a... You have a mummer. They do have a little bit of historical connotation, popular in England 18th and early 19th centuries. Yeah, we're not exactly dealing with yeah, for some reason in Game of Thrones, they're in there because George R. R. Martin didn't want to call them a bard or a minstrel. They could have called them a minstrel and it would be easy, but they didn't because they copy and pasted half of this. But who are we working with? This is Green Ronin. Green Ronin is a company that I would like to very casually say never gets anywhere. This is a weird thing to say, but Green Ronin is a company, is a kind of a guy that you always hear about in the TTRPG sphere, but they never really appear, never really have any, super hyper dramatic successes, or they never really have any, horrible failures. You just hear about them a lot. And one of the main reasons you hear about them as much as you do is because of this game. Welcome to Mutants and Masterminds. Yes, the superhero role-playing game is actually these guys. All of these books are just Green Ronin. It's been said more than a few times that they are, how do I want to word this? That they have more than once been kind of noted that a lot of Green Ronin is built off the back of Mutants and Masterminds books. And if they do anything exciting, it's because Mutants and Masterminds sold well. Even down to the fact that Mutants and Masterminds has its own Patreon, which doesn't make that much, relatively speaking. But yeah. Now, mind you, you have to remember, this is not Green Ronin's Patreon. This is Mutants and Masterminds Patreon. None of this other shit. They have, of course, Superpowered by Mutants and Masterminds, all the different books, of course. If we look here, you can see their other big game franchise, you could say, is the Age system. Probably Fantasy Age is the best known. Yeah, Fantasy Age is kind of an interesting game. I've been meaning to go over the Age games a few times because they are very unique. There's a lot of ideas behind them. However, if you see here, Fantasy Age didn't exist. It originally was the Dragon Age RPG. And if you talk to anyone about the Dragon Age RPG, they'll usually say, ooh. Ew. Yeah, the Dragon Age RPG isn't flawless. It's got some issues. They own Blue Rose. Yes, they do own Blue Rose. They were a big D20 guy back in the day. Back in the day, they used to be the D20. Did they abandon their True 20 system? Let's see. I mean, I don't think they abandoned True 20. Technically, it's still here, but as you can kind of see, like, they've done a lot of different games. None of them really come up to, you know, the Mutants and Mastermind. Like, True 20 is still here. They haven't really made anything True 20 in a while. It's been a long time since they've touched True 20. But that's kind of the thing, you could say. They've even done 5th edition stuff. Is that they are there. I mean, Chronicle system is what we're going over today. Now, interesting a note here. You see right there, Robert J. Schwalb. Maybe one, a platinum seller. Ooh, platinum seller. Ooh. Ooh, well, who's Robert J. Schwalb? Well, yes, it's exactly the same person. Robert here is a pretty well-known D&D guy, and kind of for a bunch of different other things. You kind of see here, you know, move to, you know, oh, he did a Hero of Freeport, or he did a Song of Ice and Fire. One of the big things, though, is that he worked on a bunch of different things with D&D. He was one of the lead designers for 5th edition. He also wrote for Monty Cook. And then he made probably the thing he's best known for nowadays is Shadow of the Demon Lord. We love Shadow of the Demon Lord. Everyone loves the shit game. It's the poo-poo-pa-doo-doo-doo game. As you can kind of see here, there's a ton of different, you know, things that he's worked on for various reasons. We don't hear about him too much anymore, and anytime he does pop up, it's usually in relation to Shadow of the Demon Lord. Apparently, he made a game in 2019 called Punk Apocalyptic, the role-playing game. I've never heard of this game. I think it's using, yeah, if you want to look at Schwab's, it's Shadow of the Demon Lord. Shadow of the Demon Lord. Shadow of the Demon Lord. Do we have anything else here? No, not really. That's what we're kind of working with here. That's something you kind of gotta... Schwab found his passion. He found the thing that he wants to do, and this is what he does now. Do I think he worked on Sword Chronicles at all? Sword Chronicle, I do not actually think Schwab worked on Sword Chronicle. And it says like, oh, well, it says, you know, he's an author and all that. I don't think he actually worked on it, though, if that makes sense. I do not think that Schwab, like, came back and fixed things up. No. I think this was a bunch of people at Green Ronin who, when they lost the Game of Thrones license, because that's the entire reason Sword Chronicle exists, was they lost the Game of Thrones license. They went back and said, ah, fuck. They changed some things, they copy-pasted some things, but they couldn't remove his name from it because he did write the system. And bingo bango bongo, we don't want to live in the Congo, na. Here we are. Now, this game actually came out in 2020, though it has been updated. It gets updated every once in a blue moon. Nothing much too serious, usually just some small corrections. But yes, this game came out in 2020. Now, interesting thing to note here, my own version, Blood, Coin, and Steel, fun fact, came out in 2019. I am older, I have truly surpassed the master because I've written my own version of this game all the way back before it. It's just kind of see, they did do a handful of expansions of it. The only ones that are really like, we want to do stuff is Spark of Powder and Out of Strife Prosperity. What are these? All of these are just pretty much just a handful of like monsters. Literally, these are just bestiaries. Like, this is all that it is bestiaries and monsters. And Chronicles of Sorcery is a little bit unique because Chronicle of Sorcery was actually meant for Game of Thrones. Yes, this was actually a PDF, actually a supplement for the Game of Thrones game that never came out. This is important. This was one of the books that they kept promising for a very long time, and it just never came out. And then they released it, and you say, well, Notepad, why don't you say this is an important one? Because in the core book here, they actually have the gate and like the sorcery system integrated into it. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Spark of Powder allows you to use guns. Why? Because you can, of course. Why not? We ran out of ideas, pretty much. It's a technological slider pack. And this is the how do we make money? This is also 34 pages. Neither of these are very big. Even this game isn't particularly large. It's only about a little over 210 pages. It's a very short game and a very to-the-point game. That's kind of Green Ronin's modus operandi. Always has been kind of their modus operandi. Never really being too complicated. Other things Green Ronin's been doing, let me see. Green Ronin Kickstarter. Let me just open this up real fast. To give you an idea of why we find this kind of funny, this is Valiant Adventures role-playing. Yeah, Green Ronin is doing the Valiant Mutants and Masterminds game. This is why I asked about Valiant. Because they're doing a Mutants and Masterminds version of that. Mutants and Masterminds, Cthulhu Awakens, using the Age system. And then they also did the Expanse RPG, which didn't do anything, really. Yep, welcome to the... So that source book is just kind of useless. Yep. Yeah, so the source book is just useless. Yeah, everyone kind of acknowledges that. The general gist I find around a vast majority of this particular game is, alright, it exists. One of the stranger aspects of this game, though, is that they have the, let me see, it's the Chronicle System, I believe it's called the Chronicle System Guild. Yes, this is the Chronicle System Guild. So you too can create third-party publishers self-feed compatible with Sword Chronicle. The future Sword Chronicle games may be added at a later date. So yeah, you can create supplements for it that you can now do it. This is actually where we got the character sheets that we're going to be using today. Why did we rate this so low? Why is this a 1 star? It's not a 1 star. It's fine. It's a little janky, but it's fine. But yeah, you want to, because everyone has these, by the way. You must always have the dozens, if not hundreds, of different Chronicle systems and various other shit like that. Because if we don't have that, what are we truly doing in our life? Yeah, Chronicle System Guild, Chronicle System Fantasy Age. Yeah. It's, I'm assuming Blue Rose has, yep, Blue Rose I think has something as well, so if you want to play Blue Rose and publish content for Blue Rose, you totally can. But, let's get to it. Now, here's the thing. This is, I'm gonna keep this open the entire time, because there are parts of this book that I want you to remember that are very similar, because as you can see, this is 100 less pages than the original version. But, hey, we're gonna go through it, and you know what? You wanna know how we're gonna go through this together? Using the power of friendship. Also, here's the character sheet of A Song of Ice and Fire. And here is the unofficial official character sheet for realsies, guys. This is the character sheet for Sword Chronicle. Yeah, I feel like we've went down a few pegs. But generally speaking, we're obviously going to be needing to leverage our best friend, Harry Protutor, who is an ogre. He's 30 years old. As you can see, he is a very accurate man. And, yeah, you may be looking at these stats being like, hey, Notepad, that looks a little bit odd. I think this is one of the reasons why, we don't like this, why I kind of got marked down a few points, because of there's actually a sample character in the back. Generally speaking, sample character is fine. And he is actually going to serve as a very good contrast between our two characters. So, let's get to it. Hey, this is Sword Chronicle. What's up? Generally speaking, giving you the most basic rundown, Sword Chronicle is a... Did anyone actually go see the Bloodshot movie? Like, who know that? I thought Bloodshot was an independent character for that movie. I didn't even know he was like a comic book character. That's the thing. I did not actually even know he was a comic book character. I thought he was something completely independent for that movie. Yeah, welcome aboard, everyone. We might muse about Valiant a little bit after this, because I find it funny, but... Well, yes, welcome to Sword Chronicle. Now, I'm going to give you the basic rundown, what this is. This is a feudal fantasy game. Now, the basic premise of this is that you are not necessarily daring adventures going into caves and stabbing people to death for money. No. You're feudal lords. You are a family, you are a group, you are a set of people who are pretty much, trying to play the metaphorical game of fancy chairs. And playing the game of fancy chairs is very important. Because as you are, there's treachery, there's problems, there's people drawing a sword on you to kill you. And as you can very tell, there's a few big things is we belong to a noble house. We are not equal. Some people are simply higher class than others. And you can be manipulated. This is always like one of the most, probably one of the most, icky things about the game. Even with the original version. I'm going to keep calling it the original version, but one of the ideas is when we get to intrigue, you can be manipulated with intrigue, and it's kind of weird. It's a full-on actual social system. Multiple scales. They do actually have a setting. This is important. They do have a setting. And if we learn about the setting, because again, the setting is not very important until... to give you an idea, this is the Shattered Era. This is the setting on page 195 of 209. Yeah, they really don't provide too much here. This is a, we need to add something to add something. Uh, also, Manly. I went over this game with Manly, actually. The thing is, it's not necessarily like they can order them around, but it's status is a skill in this game. This is a very important thing. They aren't mind control. It's a social combat system. That's the thing. You have to remember, Yosemite. This is not a... Okay, well, obviously we need a cleric for this. This is not a mind control game. This is a social combat game. So get ready to fist fight for your emotions. Yeah, these are the ogres. Also, because we were commenting, like, man, there are no really fancy creatures. In the Shattered era, in the actual, like, setting, you could play these characters, you could play these fuckers. I have no fucking idea, like, what the hell they were smoking when they were like, man, what do we need? Why don't we make a fucking, like, cat, gazelle, armored cat, gazelle, zebra. I don't know, what do you call this thing? Ugly mother... Cut down Manly, just immediately. Mara's trying to save us from, you know, the cleric has been shot immediately. Yeah, this is a Kurglan. The Kurglan are the fancy creatures of the... Yeah, and you can play Kurglan too. This is the funny thing. You can actually play them. And that's it. This is the entirety of the setting. There is no maps. There's nothing really there. There's like, yeah, things happened. Lamau. It's like, what the fuck are you on about, game? Contrasting this. If you want a very long and rundown version of not only having a full adventure, because this is a full adventure, mind you. You want to learn about the entirety of Game of Thrones effectively, you can learn it from this game. It's pretty easy. But, yep, cool. See right here, Chronicle system. But let's get to the meat of things. What's next? Now, the artwork is... He's up all night Kurglan. The thing is, the artwork of this game is funny in some parts. Others of it, like, oh, this kind of looks neat. It feels like though it is a bunch of art for a different game sometimes. So, you know, kind of the basics, what a character is, what the dice are. At its... Ooh, excuse me. At its absolute core, I'm just going to go down here and we're going to... At its absolute core, this game is a D6 dice pool. A D6 additive dice pool. So let's go to our boy, Henry Protutor. Let's say he needs to make an awareness check. If I need to make an awareness check, I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 3d6, and I'm going to roll. I rolled a 6, I rolled a 7. I rolled a 7, we look at our difficulty. I would have succeeded at a routine, but I would have failed at a challenging check. I rolled poorly. Damn. Now, what happens though if you have these are special dice. So with deception, if you look at deception here, I have deception 3 and bluff 2. But let's say I'm bluffing. So what I would do is I would take 5d6, I would roll, and then I would drop the lowest 2. I would only keep 3. So I rolled this. So I rolled a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I would drop the 1 and 3, and I would have 4, 6, and 5. So I would have in total 15. I've done pretty well. Now, that's really good. 15. That is a hard check. Minimum ranks for success is 3, because yeah, there are minimum success ranks. Now, it made me thinking, Notepad, this sounds like it could be very easily broken. And the answer is yes, because, welcome to the skill list. We'll get to the skills a little bit more, but, if you do know how this game functions. So, for when we need to make a fighting check, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we're making a fighting check, we get to roll 9d6. I will take all my 9d6 here. You can hear my clinky dice. And I get to drop 3 of them. Drop the 3 lowest. So I'm going to drop. So I rolled, let's see, 10, 20, 26. I rolled a 26 on my my combat check. And, oh wow, look, I beat a heroic description, the absolute hardest. The idea is you can also get, degrees of success and failure. Generally speaking, the higher degrees of success you get, the more stuff you get out of it. They do expect you to get these degrees of success and degrees of failure as well. So yeah. Now, one of the things is if you have penalty dice, you actually end up taking less dice. You cancel out a test die when adding up your result. So let's say, for example, I've got 46 with 1 test die. I would take, alright, now we go, we roll. Wow, I got 6, 6, 6, and 4. That's amazing. I'm gonna drop one of my 6s. That's all you would do. And that's the thing there. Now, if you notice that it cancels out 1 test die, they don't really tell you. You should tell them, you know, the highest or lowest or whatever it is. They have the option, but it always cancels out bonus die first. Yeah, that is, at its absolute most basic, what 95% of the game is. Roll dice, add them together, do you beat them? Yeah, okay, cool, you've done it. You have officially learned how to play the game a lot. Now, anytime you do get fucked up a little bit, now, this is one of those really complicated sections that's a little bit weird. Because let's say, for example, I have 5d6 with 2 bonus die. So I'm 7, keep 5. So I'm going to roll. Now, what I would do is I would drop the lowest 2. But I have a penalty die, so I would drop another one of my die. So I would just add up the remaining 4. It's a little bit funky, and it's like, alright. Mostly because there are things in the game which allow you to convert bonus die into test die. It's a little bit funky, but it makes sense in context. This game is not complicated. You learn this, you have learned a vast majority of the game. Honest to God. You have learned a vast majority of the game if you learn how to do this. Now we get to one of our favorite. Frustration? Yep, get ready for frustration. That's social wounds. But yes, as you can see, we've got cross-eyed dwarf lady. We have man who is a known sex offender man. I don't know what even the fuck is going on over here with these two. I don't know what's going on with him. We've got smug elf. And we've got fucking Saruman the Grey on that fucking kush. He's on that elven shit. That's some gas station elf weed. But yeah, so one of the big things is we gotta determine our character, what our house is, what our character concept is. Then we have to determine our ancestry. Now, this is one of those very interesting bits where the original game did not actually have it. Because this is what the original game looked like. I actually really enjoyed the way this game looks. We talk about how everything goes. Let's quickly go through all the lore here because we don't need it. So, customs and laws and technology, and we got to learn how to do this. And if we go down here, it's the exact same thing, even down to having a... Yeah. Technically, you have degrees of failure in Sword Chronicle where you didn't normally have degrees of failure. You technically do, but it's not really noted because it's not supposed to be a big thing there. They don't have any of these as well. They have ancestries instead because you can actually play a little dwarf. You can play a, you can play a dwarf, you can play an elf, you can play any of these fantasy races. Generally speaking, though, you have a couple very basic ones. Come before your parent, not necessarily presents in your family tree. You have dwarf. The dwarves are dwarfs. Do you know what a dwarf is? Yeah, congratulations, you know exactly what they are here. You want to know what an elf is? Wow, it's an elf. There is nothing interesting about the dwarves or elves because they can't assume you're trying to do anything interesting with them. God bless humanity. God bless humanity. And then ogres. As Manly deduced when we were going through here, it was we have dwarf, we have elf, we have human, we need something unique. And then someone said, why don't we make goblins? And they're like, no, goblins are too generic. And then it was like, how about orcs? Nah, orcs are too generic. Why don't we call them ogres and have them do the both of them? And they were like, yeah, because ogres are effectively the other race. They are the Quinari of this world, which, honest to God, if you understand how Quinari are, you understand how ogres work. They're there, cool, they exist, definitely do, don't think about it. How do we determine age? Well, if we go here, we get past all the sample characters. We don't get sample characters in this game. Sorry if you wanted a sample character. Obviously, you don't have to worry about any of that shit, because why the fuck would you? You're instead going to roll on this chart to determine how old you are. However, because there are different ages, get ready to roll on the exact same chart, except we have to determine how old we are based off our various ages. So, let's say, for example, we want to roll for our age. We rolled a 7-8. We rolled an 8. We are an adult. Humans, we could be 19 to 30, 26 to 50 if we're a dwarf, 41 to 200 for an elf, and 26 to 40 for an ogre, because ogres live shorter lives. Yep. Congratulations. We did it. Now, we get our starting status. Now, if we go down here, of course, now I'm bringing this one up as much as I am, because this is just something you have to, it is quite literally, like, this is copy-pasted, almost all of it. Generally speaking, so we're going to just roll for our starting status. Now, your starting status is effectively how far are you in the household. So, like, oh, well, you're just a random dude, or hey, you're a guardsman, or hey, you're a ranking member of the household. You're a knight, you're a noble bastard, you've got something in there to say there. Does this influence anything up here? No. You can be an elf and you can be the lord of the house. Doesn't matter. You gotta be as high as your starting status, which can be completely different depending on a bunch of different factors. Because one of the things is you have to remember, status is a skill in this game. Status is a skill that you can buy. You could buy being more important with XP. So, what available positions? Now, I like the way this looks. Alright, every character kind of has a very distinct look. It is... I would say the characters look very interesting. They don't really have... There is no, like, unified look to any character, if that makes sense. I was waiting for that thing of like, do these people look similar to one another, or are they going for a particular vibe? I have no idea. I think they just got an artist to draw shit. It's like, just draw random shit and you're fine. Now, your role means nothing. Also, this is what this is supposed to look like is this. I have no idea why they did like such a drastic shift in the art style. These look like by two completely different people, and it looks like they are not unified in the slightest, and I don't know, I don't like the blue. You can start as Lord of the House, then you can go off adventuring. What? You don't go off adventuring. That's the thing. You're not supposed to go off adventuring. You're doing fancy things. You're doing house things. Ha ha ha. That's the entire point. You're not adventuring anymore. You're doing fantasy house things. Ha ha ha. So, like, all of the rest of this, like, you may think, like, oh, does roles do anything? No, roles don't do anything. They never have done anything. They've kept them in there for you. Now, hi, Nick. Now, Nick wants to make a sample character. Now, I did like this because you could actually get a bunch of background tables and background events. They dropped all of the random tables there for some reason. I don't know why. So he learns the noble house from fellow player. He starts building his character, working on that concept. He's a traveling singer. Nick News New, the gaming group, sets out to create a new character. Once he learns about the noble house from his fellow players, he starts building a character. He wants to play a traveling singer who finally settled down in the house. He's just an adult at the starting age. He doesn't need high status since he's not going to be of noble blood, but he wants to hold a high position in the house to help him in his intrigues. Since his character is going to be a household retainer, he chooses 3 for his status, making sure the position is available first. Since his character is going to be a household retainer, he chooses 3 for his status, making sure there's a position available first. Yeah, this is effectively a one-to-one, like, effectively, yeah. You know, Nick is this, rarely if ever. They literally copy and pasted this section, but changed Tom's name. I don't know why they changed Tom's name. They just did. So yeah, this is his, it's the exact same thing, and I think that's just very funny to me. That's just one of those things. The fuck do you do then? You do noble house intrigues. You do intrigues, and you adventure trying to help your land out. Come on, Yosemite. You gotta think bigger. This is feudal fantasy. This is in fantasy. This is feudal fantasy. Did you not read the cover? It clearly stated. Now, we have to assign our abilities. Now, every character actually starts with 2 in everything. However, you can be a power gaming asshole and reduce 1 ability to 1 to get 50 experience points. Now, here's the thing. This is your starting experience based off of various factors. So, we rolled being middle-aged. We had 240 experience and our maximum starting rank was 6. Now, there's something very interesting to note about this. You may be wondering, Notepad, you have a lot of 2s there. Yeah. Because of how this game is how this game actually works, and how this how the costs actually work, it's very easy to power level in this game. It always has been very easy to power level, especially when you have things like the thievery skill, because yes, the thievery skill on the same factor of fighting and endurance. Yeah, welcome to skill tribute system at their worst. At their absolute worst, this is what I mean by some skill tribute systems being a little bit wonky. All of these skills are technically on equal caliber. your thievery and your agility are technically the exact same. Your animal handling and your awareness are the exact same value. Nothing is stopping you from investing into 6 fighting and just trouncing everyone, because I want you to kind of get an idea of why this is kind of a weird thing. Now, if you have 2 in a skill, your range is 2 to 12. If you have 4 in a skill, that range changes to 4 to 40 into 24. Not 48. Yeah, 4 to 24. There is a roughly 50% chance anytime you roll, you will automatically beat someone with a 2. You can invest 40 experience into making sure someone is cucked, because it's a completely linear advancement of skills. It's not like, oh, you're 30, then 40, then 50, then 60, or whatever. No, it's purely 30 up the board. So you can really kind of, you can do a little bit of gaming with it, especially if you're allowed to do a -1. Because, hey, when am I ever going to roll fucking thievery? I am a brick shithouse, I am built of nothing but misery, and I have 6 fighting. I don't need to worry about that. I'm going to kick a door down with my 2 additional strength. Because I do not care. Welcome to the wonderful thing. Yes, language common tongue. Yeah. Yeah, various ability improvements. You do get the free specialty experience. Now, specialty dice is like what we explain. And, it's just like, oh, well, you get a little bit of bonuses here, though. Here's the fun thing. It's linear at 10. It's completely linear at 10. So, yeah. You don't really feel like you have that much. You said you wouldn't stream today. What are you talking about? I said I would stream today. I said I wouldn't stream on Sunday. I'm also a pathologic liar. But yes, welcome to the, it happens. I'm a pathologic liar. But yeah, this is, welcome to my favorite part of A Song of Ice and Fire roleplaying. Welcome to, the fun and exciting world of power gaming. And how it is very easy to power game in this game. Because let's do a quick example. Now, Henry is a 30-year-old ogre. He's middle-aged. This is a 17-year-old child. This is a 17-year-old human, and he is saying, oh no, I want to engage in a battle of athletics. I think we must fight, we must, arm wrestle. Now, what I would do is that I would take my 5d6, add my 2 for a total of 7d6. He would take his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He would take his 4 with his bonus die. So I'm gonna roll mine first. I'm gonna roll my my 7d6, keep 5. Oop. So I'm going to remove my my 2 die right off the bat and 2 1s. So we've got a total of 10, 12, 14, 18. He's going to roll now. Ooh, that's not looking too good. He's got 11, 14, 17. Oh, he lost by 1 point. So I crush his hand very easily. Now, the thing is, having even a die above or a die below is not just like a +1 or a +2. It is a 1 to 6. It's a +1, it's a 1 to 6. This is a really weird set of math that can go on. that could completely fuck people over. Now, if I remember correctly, let me see if I can find... Do they have the stat blocks for the Do they have, Jaime Lannister's... Come on, show me my... Let's do a very, very simple... Let me see if I can find... Okay, here's a bear. Now, to give you an idea, this bear is rolling 8 keep 4. And he can fuck my day up pretty bad. The thing is, though, if I get one hit on this bear, he's automatically going to die. He will automatically die, pretty much. Because, Pro here, Pro is actually stronger than a bear. By a good margin, actually. Let me see, a dire wolf. Oh no, it's a dire wolf. Wow, these guys look really scary and can totally fuck me up. No, they can't fuck me up. They're actually pretty easy to fight. You hit them with a hammer, they're going to die. Let's see, do we have anything? A shadow cat? Shadow cats can die pretty fast as well. See, okay, now we've got some Kino here. It's a giant. Giants have to be stronger than everything else, right? These are giants. And I'm going to tell you a secret. They aren't very scary. They are not very scary in the slightest. Because Pro is a better fighter than a giant. And this is a starting character, mind you. Let's do an other. So, the only one that he is worse than, the only one that Pro is going to have difficulty fighting, relatively speaking, is going to be an other. A literal supernatural nightmare creature that wants to do nothing more than kill you. Welcome to the wonderful world of Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, this to kind of give you the perspective of how easy it is to make broken ass characters. Now, they compromise age by giving you less destiny points. Now, destiny points are your bennies. You can spend these to get bonus points, to get these bonus abilities. You can also sub them out to get benefits. Generally speaking, though, most people are going to have 2 benefits, plus their 2 ancestral benefits. Generally speaking, you don't need to worry about it too much. Everyone's going to have a shitty drawback. Depending on how old you are, you're going to have drawbacks on various things. Of course, because Pro is 800 years old, literally 800, he has a agility flaw. So he technically only has 1 agility, but he doesn't really need to use it, because guess what? He is a strikingly huge man. Calculate some of these various bonuses, and that's really it. If we, yeah, that's it. So like the, oh, wait, that's it? You're like, yes, that's it. That is the entirety of everything you really need to know about this game. Scroll up here to kind of give you an idea. Tom fills out everything. Nick fills out his derived statistics. Everything is the exact same, by the way. Yep. So, generally speaking, there's 3 ways to improve yourself. You can spend money, because money is always good. You can spend glory or experience. Glory is effectively house experience. Coin is money or experience. And experience points is personal ones. Now, I want you to point out this man that's very funny, because this man has on his person 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knives, 5 daggers and weapons of various qualities. And this man is just walking into town like he owns the fucking place. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Now, it's not actually very difficult to improve yourself on these things. Yeah, so it's like, you can actually even buy Destiny points if you really want to. So it's like, yeah, hey, I want to buy bennies to just not die. I'm like, all right, cool. So that is how to create a character. Also, another one of those very interesting drawings that I have no idea who the fuck. Oh, that's a T. A-B-I-L. I just looked at this. That's so strange. It looks like there's like 5 different eyes there should be. Oh lord. But yeah, if we look at our various characters here, first off, yippee! Yay! Hooray! We got the fucked castle. My favorite fucked castle. We've got a halfling riding a dog, apparently. A dog in full armor with, of course, his own knife. We've got an elf holding a bow in robes. We've got this man who is just fucking around. Like, I don't know what the hell he's doing. And then we've got this shit poster here, literally doing the little cat smug look. Wearing boob armor. And me and Manly had a spirited debate about whether or not this is a combat leotard or not. Because you could, like, I think it might be, because, like, you can kind of see the curvatures of things. And I'm like, this woman may legitimately be wearing boots, combat armor leotard, shoulder pads, and nothing on her thighs. On one hand, based. On the other, what? Yeah, just another one of those, like, what the fuck are you smoking with this artwork? But yeah, when it comes to your skill ranks, average is 2. That's the bare minimum average. Most characters you encounter are going to be trained in something. Which leads to the fact that if someone is rank 6, you're the best in the world at what you do. It's not impossible to get to rank 7 where we are. We get 30 experience points. We could increase our fighting to 7 and become a literal paragon of warfare. Yep. Now, this chart right here, the ability rank system, has fundamentally broken many a game. Because in the actual, like, in the Chronicles book, where they detail all the NPCs of Westeros, they have this very strange moment. This incredibly bizarre moment when you realize that you can fist fight Jaime Lannister with a starting level character and win. Because Jaime is rank 5. Rank 5 in a few things, and he's a rank 6 in fighting. You can get up to rank 7 in fighting very easily. Yeah, you can gank Jaime Lannister pretty much by yourself. It's very easy to create an army of Master Blasters in that game, which is the optimal way to play. Yeah, so these are all the various skills and abilities you have. Generally speaking, most of them make sense of what they do. One of the things, though, is the tragic extent if you want to play the incredibly tragic existence of, hey GM, I want to play a social character. Because you want to know what you need to invest in if you want to play a combat character? I'm going to tell you if you want to play a bashy skull breaky man, you want to know what you need to invest in? You need to invest in fighting, and you need to invest in endurance. Probably athletics or agility, and maybe awareness. That's all you really need. And it's not difficult to pump those up. Fighting can kind of be subbed out for marksmanship if you really want to. But hey, you want to play a kind of a talky character who's really good at talking with people. You need will. You need status. You need persuasion. You need deception. You need cunning. You need awareness still. And you need a bunch of other things, especially if they can't understand you. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of trying to create optimized characters. And if you notice, you never need fucking animal handling unless you're playing a very specific build or a very specific character, which you probably don't need to. Now, I will say I've always liked the idea that they do give you a full list of how everything works. On the other hand, you end up in a lot of things where these specialties, you may think, oh, specialties are just bonuses. Sometimes, though, you don't. Yeah, sometimes, like, these specialties do a lot more than just a basic one. Especially it's just like, hey, we want to dodge. You can do that. Sometimes they do a lot more than what you think they do. Also, here is a completely different freelancer with a fucked up tiger. You can shoot Manly, but Manly never dies, as we could see by the slightly fucked tiger. Yeah, you want to pilot a. You want to pilot a fucking panther? Yeah, go for it. You can. Why not? Where's the one that's Run is very good, because if you invest in Run, you can actually move faster in combat, which is very important. Strength is actually lets you hit people a lot harder. Strength is also very important. Technically, Pro can deadlift about 500 pounds reliably at this point, as God intended. Yeah, quite a few different one of these. Like, nothing is too extreme, I should say. Nothing is like, oh my goodness, this is impossible to understand. No, these are pretty easy to understand. There are, how do I want to word this? There are some which are more valuable than others. And that is something you must always understand and always see. Is that there are some abilities that are simply better than others. And, hey, I want to invest in Streetwise. No, you don't. You don't. Hey, I want to invest in... No, you don't. Also, have no fear. Here's a completely different freelancer that looks decent. And make sure you invest heavily into breeding. You want... If I want to pilot a panther, I play Battletech. Yeah, make sure to min-max your breeding skill. Now, tournaments is funny. This is not about your ability to do tournaments. This is your ability to host tournaments. You can invest points into the ability to host tournaments. Why? I don't know. I have no idea why this is a specialty. But because it is, and that's just something there. And then you have someone's autism project, by the way. If you ever want to know someone's complete autism project, it's survival, because they add multiple charts in about it. Then we have the clap of a thief's ass cheeks. Like, all I'm saying is, guys, this fucking Zam. This thief is stealing more than just this puzzle box. Damn. Yeah, Jay Meyer over here, 04. He damn well knew what he wanted in life, and he wanted a caked up fucking thief stealing my heart. Have no fear. Courage, dedication, and again, one of the other things is, hey, composure. That's effectively your health, because your skills also act as your health. Hence why endurance is really valuable to invest in, because I have 5 endurance, I have 15 health. Contrasting our boy down here, who only has 12. And it's like, you gotta remember, this guy is a step away from being a literal best of the best of the best within endurance. and he still gets killed in 2 hits from me. He gets killed in 2 hits because my Warhammer does 8 fucking damage. Yeah, this is a, yeah. All right, let's get back to the mess. So, these are all the various destinies and qualities. Most of these are the exact same. Let's see here. I would say, like, this is a lot better laid out. The actual old version is better than the generic version. That's why I think they probably didn't get the exact same people on board with this game. So, these are the various qualities. Now, do we have a nice quality chart? Absolutely not. Why would we have a quality chart? That's ridiculous. God, I want to be the best tournament mod of all time. Legitimately, you can just be a weird moderator. You want to play a Reddit mod in this game? Damn straight. So, yeah, these are the various qualities. Now, you see some of these, it says like, oh, Ancestry Elf. You can select 2 of your Ancestry ones. Now, if I could say, oh, well, I have Ancestry Elf and Ancestry Dwarf. If I choose Averting Adept and Accurate, technically, I would be half elf, half a dwarf. I would be a dwelf. Or I can choose Attractive and Accurate as my 2 elf ones, and I'm good, that's it. Normally, you have to spend Destiny points to do this. And you're going to spend Destiny points to do this. And there are quite a few different abilities. Now, Pro took some very simple ones. As you can see, Pro is an ogre, so he took Bludgeoning 1, Bludgeon Fighter 1, and he is massive, so he took all 2-handed weapons count as 1 hand. And since he's a weapon master as well, he gets +1 damage on his bludgeon. And it's like, oh, Pro can break my face. Awesome. This is fine. You do see a lot of these ones, though, like Axe Fighter 1, Axe Fighter 2, Axe Fighter 3. Usually, a vast majority of these are you take a number of bonus die, you remove the bonus die, and something happens. Because they really don't have anything outside of that to work with. This is not a very complicated game. Another one of these, we don't quite know what ogres look like, so they look like everything. Hey, you want to be human? Increase health by +2. Wow! They luckily did get rid of some of the... They got rid of Blood of Heroes. Thankfully, they got rid of the Blood of the Heroes. They are still technically there, but they just increased their combat defense by 2. Because Blood of Heroes used to be the thing used to break the game. Like with literally everything. A lot of these are like, oh, well, you get blood, and you get sorcery points. We'll get to sorcery later, because sorcery is kind of lame. Hey, you live here. Get to reroll a number of 1s equal to will. Hee hee hoo hoo. It's like, oh. Oh, God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, goodness gracious. Got him. Yeah, there is a, there is a lot of very, dull, very dull abilities in this game. Others of them are really kind of interesting, and they actually get some actual things with it, but mostly not. Danger sense, deadly hands, deft hands, dexterous, various duelist forms, and Axe Fighter 1, 2, 3. These are almost all copy and pasted outside of very few of them. You kind of see here, these are all doing the exact same thing, except when it says like, oh, Bravosi Fighter 1, 2, and 3, that is now Duelist 1, 2, and 3. That is all that it is. But they also changed the nature of these as well, because they were like, hey, let's add enough fighting rank to all agility test results. Like, what? they changed that because you're not Bravosi anymore. They changed certain things, and then they didn't change others. Yeah, Fencer 1, Fencer 2. Some of them are, let me go down to a Fury. So, I pick it up Fury. You are wrathful and filled with rage. You gain a new combat maneuver. I can Furious attack. Spend a greater action, make a fighting attack, make negative 2d, but if you hit, increase the damage by +4 before applying degrees of success. Now, here's the thing. If I manage to hit, and if it is my turn, and I hit this man for 12 damage, he is at 0 health already. He is dying. That is my Furious attack to hit him, and now he is dying. I take a -2. I'm still going to be rolling 4 plus 3. I'm still going to be hitting an insane amount of damage if I actually end up hitting him. Brawn with a hammer. So, footing is useful, so no one ever takes him. Because here's the thing, though. If you want to be efficient with things, you take some of these because it's like, oh, when you're making a fighting or marksman test against an animal, you add an equal number to your survival ranks. You have 5 survival, you have good test, you have a +5, and then you can immediately kill something with El Great Hunter. Easy. You could kill bears like it's nothing, because that's your jam. The entire game is almost built around the idea that you want to power a game. Also, I want to be the head of the house. Oh, I want to be the heir. Oh, I want to have an heirloom. All of these are destiny or fate points. Yeah, welcome to fate points. Oh, hey, you're landed. Cool. That's a fate point that you need to burn. There's a couple of these ones that are a little bit goofy. And anytime you see anything relating to magic, that's technically new. That's brand new stuff, and usually it's like, oh, you get sorcery points or you get new abilities, but then you also, and this is one of those ones that I'm like, wait a fucking second, this is welcome to being a mummer. If we go over here, I want to be a mummer when I grow up. Hey, Dad, I want to be a mummer. No, you don't. But yeah, a lot of these are very simple. But then you notice Anointed isn't actually in this game. I think Anointed is. Yeah, Anointed isn't in this game because hey, why isn't Anointed in this game? Well, Anointed is in this game. That's the thing, you gotta remember. It is in the game. It's just called Landed now. Because that's all Anointed is you becoming a knight. They just changed the nature of some of these, and they removed other ones. Where was the Brother of the Night? They took out a bunch of, anything that they could tie to the original version, they cut out. Which makes sense. I mean, that's what you would want to do, because no fucking shit you would do that. On the other hand, you end up losing a lot of things as well. Especially when you, yeah. Hence Mummer. This is the, we look at the Mummer ability here. Yeah. Yeah, difficult is usually challenging and maybe higher or lower. If you succeed, you earn 1d6 silver. Silver drachma. That's just, there was a lot of copy, paste, and then just posting things over, and it looks worse. That's the thing that I'm trying to reiterate. That's what I'm trying to reiterate here. That's why I keep going back and forth. I'm not doing it being haha, look how much better this one was. No, it's this is a clear downgrade in just presentation wise, because The thing is here, when you look at it, you're like, okay, what does Mummer do? You scroll in, and you're like, oh, you're an accomplished performer and actor, skilled at entertaining audience with your antics. Requires persuasion 3, it's an ability. Cool. Here, it's like, it's an ability, requires patience. Like, what the fuck is a Mummer? Oh, okay, you're an accomplished performer or actor. And it's like, why, it's just like, the way that it's presented is a lot more clinical, if that makes sense. Is it better? There's some things which are better, I'll be the first one to admit it, but there's also a lot of things that really aren't. Various new sorceress works, terrain specialists. Hey, you're tough. You're attorney knight. Various war mage specialties that you need to actually invest in. And then various drawbacks, of course. Now, a lot of the drawbacks are marked as strictures. Now, the idea is, as a stricture, these are exclusively for magicians. Because what you can do is you can take a drawback to get a destiny point back. Now, one of the things here is that your stricture is always tied to a benefit. So if you follow this thing, if you have to do esoteric bullshit, you're actually going to, you're actually going to get you're going to get bonuses as long as you follow it, but if you break it, you lose a lot more things. Don't want to do that, especially when there are sorcery points on it. Also, when in doubt, take Weapon Master. Or, even better, take Wealthy. Now, let me see if I can find, familiar. You regain a spirit of an occult power that takes the form of an innocuous animal. Obligated to care for the creature and see that it thrives, for part of your power relies on it. You must be within 100 yards of your familiar to use benefits purchased with this drawback. If it dies, you are fucked. Yep, violation stricter as well until the animal is fed upon your blood. Only supernatural traits that live as long as you do. Yep, of any one familiar. Yeah, you want to be a familiar asshole and have a bunch of things that you're... Yeah. Yep. Various strictures that you... Like, there are a few of these, but a lot of them are like... You get some of these where it's like, the GM has to be like, wait a second. Wait a moment. You're illegitimate? Like, yes, I'm an illegitimate 30-year-old brick shithouse ogre to get an extra destiny point, even though it will never come up. And it doesn't really matter because of how I'm playing this character. It's like, oh. Oh no. What's... You're fucking menacing. Yeah, wow. You're menacing. Okay. Oh no, you have... Like, there are some which is just like, oh no, being illegitimate is just better than being an outcast, generally speaking. Where you're just a manlet. Being a manlet is also a very sad state of affairs for you. We don't like fucking manlets here, various sorceress ones, but that's really it. No, some put those background profession skills in a different pool so that calligraphy doesn't have to compete for points with a void death skill. Oh yeah, that is a known factor in this system, and it always has been a known factor. Something I legitimately went out of my way to avoid when I reduxed this entire system with blood, coin, and steel. Because you have to remember, blood, coin, and steel is the direct result of this game having a lot of issues. Not Sword Chronicles, but A Song of Ice and Fire. But now we get to the absolute best part of the entire game. Me coughing up my lungs. Welcome to House Creation. Now, House Creation is a baller. Doesn't matter what you do, anyone will tell you this is the coolest fucking part of the entire game. And there were multiple threads of people making houses in this game because it's actually a lot of fun. It is. It's actually a lot of fun to make actual things like where are we? Oh, well, we're in this area. Look at all our special bonuses that we get. Oh, look at our bunch of our cool, like, oh, what's our defense score? What's our influence? Ooh, what's this? We don't have that in this game. Which we, how do I want to word this? You trade out a lot of the, hey, you're from, oh, you rolled the Westerlands? Wow, you rolled the Westerlands. Therefore, you get a bunch of bonuses in comparison to, hey, you're from the North. There's a lot of differences there. There's a lot of changes there. On the other hand, we don't have that. Instead, we have a very bizarre way of doing this. Welcome to 8d6 minus 2d6. To determine your starting stats for your house, you must roll 8d6 minus 2d6. It's a little goofy, a little strange, but we can work with it. We're having fun. And the thing is, it is fun. We went through it and we made House Autismo. House Autismo, House Autismo has gone through some problems in its time. A lot of problems. Too many problems, arguably. We are not balling. We are not balling at all. In fact, we are not doing well in the slightest. But hey, you know, this is kind of like what we are. Oh, we're cultivation, we are a small minor house, we have a modest stretch of land. Cool. One of the ideas is that you are going to be rolling on this chart, on these charts, to figure out what things are. What's your defense like? What's your influence like? What's the law rating? All of these are copy and pasted from the original, but who cares? This was the best part. Hey, everyone gets to add a d6 to things. We didn't do very well in the slightest at all. And then we get to roll for various historical events. Now, normally what you do is you roll 1d6, and if you got a 6, you add an additional 1d3 minus 1, so we got a 2. We got a 2, so we just add 6 events. Now, you can roll as much as 1 event. That means you're a pretty young house. Now, we unfortunately, using the power of mistakes, we rolled 7 events. 7 terrible events that caused us to hemorrhage a lot of resources. This was our starting resources, by the way. Our starting resources, and this is how far we had fallen. We became more influential, and we got some more land, but legitimately everything else fell into the dirt. Because we cannot have nice things. Yeah, this is one of the fun, more entertaining parts of this game. And is that you are rolling. No one gives a shit. And what I mean by this is probably one of the more entertaining aspects is that you are working together to create a situation that you and your players are now invested in. Hey, we are, and it was funny, even when we were rolling this randomly with me and Manly, we already understood what we were working with. We live on effectively a dirt pile of nothingness. There are huge law problems. We don't have a huge community. We are surrounded by a bunch of people who want to murder us. And guess what? We're fucking poor. We are the least qualified people to own territory, but we have a little bit of influence. We used to be pretty cool. We used to be pretty good. But the problem was, there was some, we went through some crazy rulers, we went through some horrible revolts, and then we had a little bit of we had a win a few years ago, and that's why we're even here still. Boom, done. We kind of understand what's now going on. We understand our present state of affairs. We understand why we're doing things. We're understanding, hey, this is how we understand the way we're doing things. And you kind of see here, you're also allowed to invest these resources into things. We've invested in a tower. Of course, we have a male heir, which is weird, and I don't like that aspect about influence, but it happens. And we hired a bunch of criminals because we couldn't afford anyone else. So we bought we trained a bunch of criminals to fight for us as our army, and we have a marketplace to make some money. That's it. We are not doing too hot here, squad. Squad, we need. What do you mean you have a male heir? Man, this is 1D, my guy. Yes, the thing is, Madness is kind of weird because what it is it's 6 minus whatever 2d6 roll is. Madness can possibly produce a bunch of bonuses. It can also potentially result in you losing a bunch. It's complete chaos. And we just rolled a lot. And there are a bunch of bad things that go on. Normally, I would say you're going to get about 3 events. And again, it's setting up the situation. What's happening to us? Why are we doing these things? How did we get here? That should be the big question. How did we get here and what is going on? This is actually very entertaining. And you may be wondering, why is this very entertaining? Because there are things going on and we are suddenly invested in this. Players are going to immediately feel more invested in something that they helped create. Because, hey, we're doing really good, like, oh, we're really influential. And they're like, man, we need more people. And then suddenly, hey, we have, now you as a group have a kind of a weird goal now. We need to attract more people to our territory. Like, yeah, that's a great idea. We should totally get more people to join our territory. Awesome. Hey, what's with all this lawlessness going on? Well, that's bad. We should try to start dealing with the bandits. How do we deal with the bandits? Well, shit, I don't know how we're going to deal with the bandits. Hey, we already hire a bunch of criminals. Why don't we offer them a job? Cool. Well, we need to find them. We need to do things with them. Boom, done. And now we've increased our power and increased our law and increased our power by giving everyone pardons. And it's like, hey, that's kind of the situation. This creates the game. And in case you're wondering, yes, this does do it better. Mostly because they actually go through a lot of the histories a lot better, and they kind of talk to you. And if you kind of notice here, which I thought was kind of interesting, this is a, you can see a 3d6 chart. You consistently got the idea that better things happened the higher you rolled. The higher you rolled, the better things happened for you. Like, doom, defeat, catastrophe, none of these are good things. Invasion, revolt, not good. Scandal, bad. Treachery, bad. Decline, bad. Then you rolled above an 11, and you're like, oh, well, we got ascension, we got some favor, we scored a victory. Even things like, oh, well, you have a villain. Villains aren't bad. You increase your influence, you increase your power, but yeah, we're sacrificing some things, and that's a thing that you can now think about. Hey, Grandpa was a fucking horrible human being and did terrible things. But we're doing good. Woohoo! And even down to things like, oh, well, conquest doesn't seem very good. You lose defense and you lose law. Yeah, but you get all this shit because you took something over. Yeah, they kind of just spread them around randomly now, and it feels a little bit wonky. I think that was supposed to be like, well, you can get, you like, on average, though, you're going to end up around here-ish. You know, for kind of a 3d6 roll. Like, let's say, for example, let's do a 3d6 roll right here. We ended up with a 7, 11. So it would be an infrastructure. You're going to primarily end up in this range. Kind of about the 9 to 12, which, if you look at it, most of them are good except for one. That's why we also rolled through twice. I should really be prepping for my Dragonlance game. Nah, don't worry about it. We don't need to worry about Dragonlance. As you kind of see here, a lot of the defense holdings. Hey, you want to build a you want to have a castle? Cool, invest in it. Obviously, we invested in a castle, and we wanted to invest in a castle or a hall, but we couldn't afford it, so we just got a tower. On the other hand, influence stuff allows you to invest in like better resources and better stuff. If you have terrible status, you actually don't have any status to begin with, and everyone you have sucks. On the other hand, if you have insane status, you can actually have higher average, so you can actually be higher than normal. You can build of like, oh, hey, what's the terrain like? We live in a swamp, and we have a small town. That is the extent of our, if you want to know the extent of our town, we have a, wetlands, we live in a small town, and we on the single area, on the single piece of grassland we have our singular, village there. We are not impressive. We kind of suck. We don't have a lot of people, and they don't make us a lot of money, so we need more people. Because things are going to go a lot worse. Technically, you can get vassal houses. It's a little bit janky. And you're supposed to recruit troops, and troops do things, and they have their own different abilities, and their power costs, and abilities, and all these fun things. There's quite a lot of these, and all of these are, in case you're wondering, yes, directly taken from... effectively taken directly from the usual things. Now, one of the things is, cavalry is apparently incredibly slow in this game, like slower than infantry, technically. Yeah. I just gotta see here, there's a lot of them where like, oh, well, you need to have a coastline, use warships. Hey, you have peasant levies. Hey, I want to do a peasant, you want to have a bunch of peasant levies? Cool. Like, you could do it by reducing your population by 2, by just getting a bunch of people. Ta-da! And that's it. Technically, you can use wealth to buy different things. Hey, you want to buy a guild? Cool. You get discount on any good purchase. Hey, your marketplace, you get, anytime you roll fortune, you get some more money out of it. That's all. That's it. Teach you how to make a coat of arms. And actually, I wonder, do they have the same coat of arms? Also, in case you're wondering, yes, they do tell you the various things. You want to learn what a hall is? Acorn Hall, Cider Hall, Longbow Hall, Tower. Peter Baelish's holding in the finger included a single tower. Yeah, all of this, obviously, but we don't talk about any of this. Nope, don't talk about any of this. It's not real. It cannot hurt us. All of these very well laid out and easy to read things. Nope, not real, not a thing. You fool, you baboons. This isn't real. None of this is real. None of it matters. Oh my god, it's the exact same. Oh goodness. Oh, goodness. I didn't even realize it was the exact same. He just copied it. He just copied it. They didn't even make a new shield. Oh, no. Here's a pokey stick. Go forth and do battle. The economy isn't real. Yeah, no, it's they didn't change it. Oh no, they didn't change it. Oh. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh. Oh goodness. One of the things is that most of your house actions are going to be about, oh, like, what are we doing? What's our house fortune? It's once a month of every 3. However, hey, what does house fortunes do? You make a house fortunes check to see what's going wrong and how do we deal with it. Hey, let's roll. Wow, let's roll. I got a 12. Wow, that's a boot. Something good's happening. And one of the things is that you should use these to get something. Or you're doing these to do adventures, or to do quests, or to do things. You ask, like, what do you do? And the answer is improve your house. The entire thing of this game is improving the house. You know, begin projects. You can technically wage war and host tournaments and influence and do regional and grand, and there's a bunch of these things. Now we talk about sorcery. Sorcery sucks. Gonna be honest, sorcery's kind of lame. I'm gonna zoom through it because it sucks. What do you have to really do for sorcery 99% of the time? What you're doing is going to be spending destiny points or sorcery points. These are special destiny points that you can only use for sorcery. And you have this entire different thing that they don't really show you. Like, oh, you want to do sorcery? Well, here's the sorcery thing. Like, technically, if I were to calculate my sorcery, it would be 5 plus my cunning, 8. It would be 8 plus 3, that would be 11 plus the... I think it would just be... Yeah, it would be like, oh, hey, this is all you need to learn. So it's like, congratulations, here's your sorcery defense now. One of the things is, the sorcery, is that you're going to be always going to be adding bonuses, and it's the exact same system that we've already covered. Roll a bunch of d6s, add it together, and do things. I will say, though, one of the most important aspects about sorcery is actually setting up the... There's a lot of ritual that goes into it. This is not a fireball game. This is we're setting up a ritual, we're going to fire off the ritual, and it's going to be a big piece of magic. The usual problem being it's a big piece of magic that wants to blow me up and kill me. There are a handful of arts which are... how do I want to word it? Effectively, you have an art, which is then which then a work is derived from. You can master an art, that means you can get the works under that art. A little bit weird the way it is, but let's say, for example, attunement. So, with attunement, may be made more receptive to a specific kind of magic by smearing the target's head, hands, chest, and the heart of the proper prepared ointments. The ability of the working spell is based on the magic with the target is being attuned. So, hey, is it a work or is it an art? You want to do susceptible to a spell, or do you want to be susceptible to a types of spells? All you have to do, beat that difficulty. But what do we have to do? Well, obviously, our resonance. We're spending, effectively, we spend a destiny point. We get it back, though. And, hey, we have to have $30 worth of ointments. We make a persuasion test, and that's it. Done. Easy. Blessing, same idea. Consecration, same idea. Everything of like this is the exact same. I'm taking it for the lull. And what is I want to burn down the house? What if I want to burn down the house? You don't burn down the house. Because there actually really isn't many like super duper combat spells, I've realized. Let's see if we can find like an actual combat spell. Yeah, here's the your cringe emote. Yeah, because like, hey, sorceress working ability to curse the twisted strands of fate against a victim, bringing about terrible misfortune. What do you need to do? Guess what? You need to test test will against them. You beat them, cool. They lose. You know, the hex lasts for a day, an additional day. Oh no. You know, target must requirements for the drawbacks, which cannot be sorceress or a stricture. Hey, you wanna fucking maim someone's penis? Yeah, go for it. You have the ability to be an asshole and maim someone's penis. I cast testicular torsion. Yeah, it's a lot of like the here's the ruination test. You're making a ruination test. Hey, I want to do a warding test. I want to do that. You don't have a lot of like really specific ones, and again, all of this is using destiny points. You might have, mind you, like 2 or 3 destiny points to play with. You might be casting these like 2 or 3 times at best. At best. And this is like per adventure, effectively, that you're like, I'm gonna cast this spell twice. You wanna burn down the house? Grab a torch. It's going to be a lot easier. Sorry, those were my decoy balls. No. Yeah, various personal equipments and various dollars. Generally speaking, you have about $10 to work with. You have 10 gold to work with, so you actually have quite a few dollary dues to work with. As you can see, 1 gold piece is worth 200 silver drachmas. And in case you were wondering, no, this doesn't really work very well, because you technically start with 10 gold pieces. Well, you test your, more accurately, I should say. Apologies. You start with you test your status, and that is how much you have. I started with 10 gold. And if you start with 10 gold, you can buy legitimately anything, and there's nothing they can do about it. Luckily for me, I just invested in a big hammer, and I beat people to death with my big hammer. If I wanted to be more efficient with things, I could have probably invested in something heavier. But I said, no, Warhammer. I want a Warhammer. I want to take my Warhammer, I want to go bonk, and I want that person's head to explode, because it's funny. Oh, but I want to play a long axe. You can play long axe. You want to be a long axe autist? Yeah, you can. And guess what? It's still broke as shit. Yeah, the money is very low, relatively speaking. Like, very cheap for some objects, when it's like, that shouldn't really feel that. It's like, it's 4 gold for a great sword. Like, and you may be looking at this being like, wow, alright, cool, what do the weapons do? You won't learn about that till later. Why? Because this is how it's always been laid out, because fuck you. The extensive but way too detailed poison segment, and now we get to intrigue. Intrigue is dumb. I have hated intrigue, everyone hates intrigue. It is most likely the most contentious, probably the most contentious aspect of the system. Always has been, always will be. The idea is, What they've been doing asks them is their best interest, whether for themselves, someone they care about, or some cause due to the mixture of rational thinking and emotional interference. The entire concept of this is, hey, and you have different desires of the player. Many role-playing game players are used to having finer control over what the characters do. In Sword of Chronicles, characters have strong social needs. Such characters can become hungry, cold, or injured, or enjoy physical benefits from better weapons or other aids. They also have social urges that come up regardless of what a player thinks their character's best interest. They don't have a good answer for this. They never have had a good answer for this. The basic concept is that you are entering into a social fist fight. Now, what do I mean by a social fist fight? The entire premise is that you are slogging at one another trying to get an advantage. Now, so we have to set the scene. Hey, I'm intimidating you on a battlefield. You're going to get a bonus for it. I'm trying to seduce you in my awesome love chamber. Cool, you're going to get a bonus. I'm going to try to seduce you on the battlefield. Probably not going to work very well. I want to intimidate you in my awesome love chamber while I am wearing a fucking leopard skin bikini. Leopard skin mankini. That's probably not going to be very intimidating. Well, on me it would be intimidating, but hey. Now, then you're going to choose whatever you're trying to do. What do you want to do? What's the objective here? I want to be friends with them. I want to have information from them. I want to get a service from them. I want to deceive them. Now, this is the disposition chart. So, very basically, this person is friendly towards you. They have a DR of 2. You can much more easily manipulate them because they're your friend. However, they can totally tell when you're bullshitting them. They can totally tell. But it's a lot easier to persuade them. This person wants to work with you. This person gives a shit about you. They're trying to help. This person is malicious towards you. They want to kill you. The only reason they are even bothering to listen to you is because you might offer something to them. And hey, maybe afterwards they can find a way to justify stabbing you to death. They hate you that much. They are very resistant to anything you say. Anything you say, they're going to be resistant to it. But you're going to get a modifier to your deception. Because they're not listening to that, and you could totally kind of lead them astray. And of course, yeah. Now, of course, being attractive makes you like someone more. Being honorable, being just, being allied. Hey, no, like, you're not from around here. I hate you. I think you're an asshole. You're just fucking ugly. We don't want to deal with you. We like, that's not how we do things. Yeah. Why does this rapier cost almost 3 times the small sword? Because they have to, because rapiers have a bunch of bonuses. That's the reason. Because rapiers have a bunch of bonuses, short swords don't. It's dumb, it doesn't make sense. Don't think about it. Now, that and in A Song of Ice and Fire, they're all Bravosi weapons too. You have to remember that. So they were imported. Now, disposition by circumstances, then you're going to roll literal initiative, and then you're going to start doing techniques and do damage to people. And then you're like, oh, well, we're trying to deceive people, we're using the wrong techniques. So kind of the idea is, hey, I'm going to charm you. If I'm trying to use charm, my influence, my damage is equal to my persuasion, and I'm gonna roll my persuasion, and I've done damage to you. You know, I've used my little mind lasers on you, and I've reduced your, go over here, I've reduced your composure down. Oh no, use your mind lasers to fuck someone's day up a little bit. However, you can also attempt to deceive someone. And hey, if I'm trying to charm you and I'm trying to deceive you, though, I can roll my deception instead of my persuasion, which are different, and roll act instead. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna still use my persuasion for damage. Mind blast, fucking mind blast them. Deception usually isn't as straight up good unless you have good deception and usually good one of these other ones. Now, Intimidate's a little bit funny because Intimidate fucks with you and makes life a lot harder for everyone involved. Hey, when in doubt, just pay people. Pay them off. Hey, I want to charm someone. Cultivating friendship. I want to convince someone. It's the you can kind of think about various ways to approach the intrigue system as different weapons. What weapon are you using against this person? I'm using my charming weapon, I'm using this weapon, I'm using that. Except you only get to choose one weapon type and you get to do one action with it. And do you want to attempt to do anything like that? It's a little bit janky. Yeah. Getting bonus dice from your technique, retarget, shield of reputation. Like, there are different things you can try to do. Yeah, you may choose your opponent's technique the following round. Shield of reputation, switch to combat. You can just draw a weapon on someone and shoot and stab them. Yeah. Effectively, the idea is if you lose all your composure, the idea is like you lose all your composure, you've been influenced, you're going to do whatever they want, you're going to be either friendlier to them, you're going to want them to do things for you, whatever. However, what you can do, though, is say, no, I'm going to take a frustration instead. You don't lose your composure, you take a penalty, though. That's the same concept with wounds. I've taken damage, I don't want to reduce my health, I don't want to reduce my composure, I want to take frustration, I want to take wounds, and I don't want to die. That's the idea. -1d to everything. Is this system good? No, it has never been good. Nobody fucking likes this system. Not a single person likes it. And the only people who do are weird autists who, like me, who reworked the entire thing into being a lot different and to fit the mood of the show, and actually I should say fit the mood of the books better. You know, each rank of the stress imposes cumulative -1d penalty on a bunch of other things. Yeah, this is one of those ideas like, oh, you take stress until you do the thing that you've been acquired to do. One of the ideas that I ended up doing was that you can still have something like this occur. The problem is, instead of like, oh, you just get a -1d, like, oh, you do this or whatever, you just have to literally fork over destiny, which is very powerful. And suddenly this person has a bunch of power over you because they have your ability to survive. You know, this person is like, hey, I am gaslighting you effectively. And you're like, oh, well, I don't need to accept this. I'm an independent person. Yeah, but you're losing destiny. You're losing power. You're losing your ability to not be manipulated anymore. And eventually you want it back because you don't want to die, or you want to have more power over it, so you have to kind of slink back a little bit. And that's the entire idea I went with it. It's like, yeah, you're being forced to work with this person. Yeah. You're deciding on obedience after all. Yeah, it's yeah, like, hey, you get a new outcome. You wanna have a new outcome? Like, yeah, what new outcome? Yeah, it's not perfect. It's never been perfect. It's, legitimately speaking, it's one of the most complicated and annoying aspects of the entire experience. because there are people, you can play this game without this system. The problem is a third of your abilities and a third of character type, actually I would say about half of the character types suddenly start shifting over. Like, just immediately, like, it just stops being valuable. Oh god. What? Why is everyone posting Donovan? Like, every character works by manipulating that system, just become... Yeah, exactly. Hence one of the actual, like, one of the most optimized builds, arguably, in the original Song of Ice and Fire was having Peter Baelish Tyrion, Peter Baelish Lannister riding on the back of Hodor. Hodor now reimagined as Lu Bu, with a chronic, defect of intelligence. Master Blaster was the way to play the game, because you would have the Intrigue Man and Clinically Retarded Man. Because you could argue that one of the main things is, hey, the Clinically Retarded Man is, like, unable to protect himself in Intrigue. He's going to get manipulated by legitimately everybody. On the other hand, Tyrion Baelish Lannister III, Esquire, with 90 bajillion points and everything, because again, you could do that. You can min-max the system very easily. What you could do there is, oh well, you just stab him to death. You want to stop him, you kill him because he is a fucking horrible dwarf, and ugly and all these other things. But you just combine everything together and he's amazing. But if you combine the two together in a horrifying conglomeration, you get an unstoppable unstoppable beast. Now, of course, this is a little different when you get to the idea of, hey, like, yeah, this is also the exact same one. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's not great. Like, one of the ideas, like, oh, here's complex intrigues. Like, yeah, you want victory points? Welcome to combat. Combat is pretty simple. You have effectively greater actions, lesser actions, and then free actions. The most basic concept is you can do one greater action, two lesser actions, or as many, quote-unquote, free actions as you want. Most things are pretty simple. All you need to do is beat their combat defense. You want to hit a naked Henry Pro Tutor in combat, you beat 10. He would need to be wearing armor, he would get a bunch of bonuses or not, depending on the situation. Hey, I want to hit this man, you need to beat 9. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, wait a second, Notepad. This doesn't work right. This is silly. This doesn't make any sense. You can roll with your ability here. You can roll 96. Keep 6 of them against any target you want. And the answer is yes, I can. And you will automatically hit and deal a gorillion damage. Most people are going to have like fucking 6 to 12 health. I am weird that I have 15 health. But you have so little health in this game, but it's so easy to min-max in power game. It's great. Now, effectively, the most optimal outcome, like, to give you an idea with that particular thing, it wouldn't necessarily be that. It would be if Braun was clinically retarded, like he was Hodor tier, and Tyrion, like, rode in on his back and said, you know, do all these things, and everyone just kowtowed and being like, oh my god, he's so amazing, and everyone loves him. And then the guy showed up being like, you can't say that to the king! He's the king! And Bronn Hodor grabs this man, this king's guardsman, and crushes his skull with his singular fist, throwing the entire body away because he can deadlift 500 pounds like it's nothing, and letting out a guttural roar as everyone in the room are like, oh my god, he's amazing! Oh my god, I don't want to die! That is the optimized build. Because it's very easy to build a character who is unkillable. Pro Tutor being one such example of being just a complete menace to society. Because if I'm wearing, like, for example, I'm wearing hide armor. I have an AR of 5. I've taken damage. Henry de Campa here has swung his blade and dealt 5 damage to me. Swung! If he doesn't roll, if he legitimately does not roll any advantages, he will do 0 damage to me. He will roll actually 0 fucking damage. He will not hit me, because he needs to roll higher than that. What armor does he have? Oh, he has ring armor. He's going to take 4 damage. And if I do hit, his armor's going down. Because guess what? I've got a crushing weapon, and he doesn't. Yeah, it can reduce, but not... Yeah, it can reduce to 0. Yeah, it's very easy to reduce damage down to, like, fucking nothing, especially when you're dealing with, like, plate mail. If you are in full plate, you are effectively unkillable. Unless you absolutely get mulched by something. Like, hey, yeah, I want to... You are in full plate mail, you are a literal fucking tank. You are going extremely slow, though. That's one of the issues. Like, for Henry here, for Mr. Tudor, or Pro Tutor over here, one of the things is with his big ass hammer and his big ass armor, he is actually moving like two yards in action. He's moving very slowly. Actually, no, he would be moving 3 yards in action. He's not very fast, but he doesn't need to be fast. He needs to get close enough to you to hit you once, and then you die. And then everyone laughs at you because you're dead. A lot of different kinds of weapons here. Generally speaking, though, pretty much every weapon does a very limited amount of damage. Because, hey, guess what? Almost every single weapon does athletics or agility for damage. So that's why I say you can pump 1 or 2 of them and you'll be fine. With my Warhammer, for example, if I go down to my Warhammer, I just deal athletics damage. Yep, that's all I deal. I have bulk 1. It's a little heavy weapon. It's powerful, so I get to do more damage. It's shattering too, so I lower your armor value or your shield value anytime I hit you with Bludgeon Fighter 1. That goes up to 3. I have to spend I can't multiply my actions. I gotta hit 1 person, and technically it's 2-handed, but I only need to use it with 1 hand. So if I get a big fucking shield, oh yeah, no, I am effectively a giant fuck off monster. Then what are you gonna do about it? Huh? Oh, well, I'm gonna use my longbow. I'm gonna think. Oh wow, you hit me with your longbow and have done 0 damage. Do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel accomplished? Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel a little goofy? to get hurt. Wait, did I see animal handling? Yeah, goddamn. Yes, you can do animal handling in this game. If you want to be a weird animal handler, you definitely can invest all your points into animal handling. Which, playing a mounted character is incredibly valid in this game, because mounted characters are silly. Because you just use your mount's ability for everything. But yeah, like most things are pretty simple once you get into it. Nothing's too weird with combat. To give you an idea, you get a bonus die when fighting it. Trade for war, you get the following benefits. If your mount doesn't move during the first turn, you increase your damage on a successful fighting test by +2. So if Henry Pro Tutor actually gets on top of a horse, he immediately becomes gamer mode and is able to break everyone's head. And it's like, oh hey, I've immediately killed you, and I've hit you, done 10 damage, and I have brained Decampa with a single strike. Because that's the funny part. I swing my hammer, I shatter 3. His ring armor is gone. Any remaining damage goes straight to his health. He attacks me again. He does 0 damage. I hit him again. I have done 8 bajillion damage to him, and he is now dead. Yeah, yeah, you can actually heal yourself with greater actions. Now, this is, generally speaking, you can do kind of more of like the advanced combat system, or you can do like a very simple combat system. Generally speaking, you can make this incredibly easy, or you can be incredibly complicated. I would say keep things very easy unless you do have like kind of those more exotic situations. Most of the time though, you're not going to have those exotic situations because fuck that. Now, if you choose to dodge, hey, roll agility. Suddenly, your agility is your combat defense. So if you want to play Oberon with your stupid little... If you want to play a weird dex build, you totally can play a dex build in this game. You run into the same issue of being, I need to hit you once. But hey, what happens if I hit you and your health drops to 0? Well, I get to choose what your fate is. Hey, I have hit you with this hammer, and I have done damage. What happens? Hey, I am choosing to knock you unconscious. Bonk, you're unconscious now. Or, hey, bonk, I've hit you and your brain is gone. You're dead. Bonk, you're maimed. Bonk, I'm gonna ransom you. Can I be a wizard? You can be a wizard. You're just going to be a guy. To give you an idea of playing a wizard is less you're playing a wizard and more you're playing a guy who happens to know magic. And then you get, Hodor with a great sword to actually solve your problems. Can you respond to someone trying to intrigue punch you by killing them with your sword? Yes! And that is a complete valid option. Oh no, this guy is being a cringe nene guy trying to oh well, I'm gonna try to secretly manipulate you. Just draw a knife. Draw a knife and stab him. What's he gonna do about it? Try to intrigue you to death? No, you... Why is mounted combat so wonky in so many RPGs? Because it is a second layer of consideration to everything you're doing. Because, what do I mean by that? It's, hey, if I'm standing here and you're standing over there, I'm hitting you with my sword and you're going to hit me with your sword. Bang, bang, bonk, 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 bonk. It's pretty simple. That's one layer, really. You add a mount to that, it's kind of like you now have to factor in, are we hitting the mount? Are we hitting the person? What's the advantages of being on a mount? And because now he doesn't need to worry about certain things, and now he has to worry about other things. And then it suddenly becomes infinitely more complicated because you've added every basic aspect of the combat system and doubled it. Because there's a second combatant there. And does the horse get a special action? Probably. Because it's a fucking horse. And the horse doesn't want to get hurt. The horse is just fucking standing there. It's beating around trying to like not get hit by a fucking weapon. That's usually the big problem when it comes to mounted combat, is that it's another thing to consider. And that other thing usually, well, doesn't really help. Generally speaking, you're taking damage pretty easily. Any amount of damage really is bad amount of damage. It is entirely possible to, when you're jousting with someone, to get completely fuck-a-doodle-dude. Yeah, it's hey, we're going to learn how to joust. You joust. Yep, the brute. Attacker occurs at the same time. Browse still has chance to unhorse his foe. Lance shatters on Jormal's shield. Yeah, it is very easy to kill someone with a lance, by the way. Because lances do a shit ton of fucking damage. Yeah, lances will kill you. Let me see if I can find the, yeah, see the war lance? It does animal handling plus 4 damage. If your animal handling is 5, it does 9 damage plus everything there that you're getting. It is very likely that it is very likely you can instantly kill someone. Very easily. And there's nothing they can do about it because they're on a fucking horse. This is like the advanced combat system, because like you could, with advanced combat, you can add in critical fucking hits. If you add in critical hits, you will do, you will hit them and they will immediately die. If you hit them hard enough, especially when it's like, oh, well, you have to beat them by 10. If I roll a 19 on my 9d6 keep 6, which is not impossible, I'm going to immediately eviscerate this man. Like, he's just gonna get turned into fucking paste. Hey, what happens? You're like, oh, it's a crippling wound, a terrible blow, impressive death. Death. Horrible death, bloody wounds. Like, how many 6s did you roll? Like, yeah, you can very easily kill people in this game. You can also be a weird martial artist, but don't think about it. Lots of example stuff. Warfare system. I'm not going to cover the warfare system because it's kind of mid. What do I mean by it's kind of mid? Because effectively, how the warfare system works is that you take all the units you had. I wonder, do they bring you the units? Yeah. You bring up all the units you had, and this now counts as their abilities of what they're doing. It sounds a little bit goofy to say, but it's like, oh, hey, your garrison can do all these things. Oh, hey, your cavalry can do all these things. How much damage do they do? The problem is how the bulk system works. Technically, cavalry move infinitely slower than infantry. It's just one of those goofy things. Yeah, generally speaking, you make war, you throw down until someone wins, and then congrats. You did it. There's no map or anything here, really. You're not like trying to maneuver around or anything. No. Don't think about it too much. It is, we're throwing units at one another to kick each other's ass, and whoever wins, wins. Have no fear, though. We have advanced rules. Outlaw forces, hey, you want to fight an outlaw, a bunch of outlaw raiders, or hey, what's going on here? The narrator. Obviously, there's some narrator stuff. Generally speaking, just a lot of allies and secondary characters and problems and Hey, I want to fight a landless knight. How do I fight a landless knight? This is how you fight a landless knight. He's going to die immediately. He's going to get eviscerated by legitimately anything. Hey, I want to fight a bear. The bear is going to die. Very quickly. The bear is going to die horribly. Oh no, I want to fight a wolf. How do I fight this wolf? Well, I'm going to fight it, and then it's going to die because it has no abilities. Oh no, I want to fight a griffin. Griffins seem pretty scary, right? They're not. They have fighting 4. They're not very scary. You swing and you hit, and I deal 8 bajillion damage, and it dies. Want to fight a ghoul? Cool. That's really... It's... Warlands are kind of memes. It's not really a real setting. But yeah, that's Sword Chronicles. It's... Or just table rolling. It's kind of like a, the best way to think about it is... It's kind of like, it's not even really like a watered down war game because there's no map or anything. There is, you get together and it's like, where are people located on like a certain area or like a certain map? Because the unit sizes are like by 20 people. You got to remember that the unit sizes aren't hundreds of people or thousands of people. It is 20 people. So you have 20 soldiers standing in a line together. It's like war band. It's like mid-game war band tier. Here's the thing. Is Sword Chronicle bad? No. It's not bad. It is exactly what you... It's exactly what you want if you want more Song of Ice and Fire role-playing without any of the Game of Thrones on it. I think that is the ultimate, caveat there. Do you like the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game? Yes. Do you want it to be more generic? Yes. Yeah, it's going to do exactly that. Is it a bad game? No. Is it... It's not a bad game, but what I did with Clanhead was clearly superior. No, not even Clanhead. Not even fucking Clanhead. Fucking, the thing with the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing, 2nd edition, I should say, is I addressed some of the problems that they did in the original version. I made it so that you can't have a broke-ass character, and having a broke-ass character legitimately means that you are in a world of hurt when something does bad go happen. If you're really good in one thing, that means you're really bad in another. And that's the point. Is it bad? No. Is it going to be anyone's like, oh man, we have to play Sword Chronicles because it's the greatest game ever? No. It is definitely not the greatest game ever known to human history either. That is the unfortunate reality of it, is its predecessor looks better, and how do I want to... Its predecessor looks better, it feels better, it reads better, and it's, as of right now, Sword Chronicles exists in kind of a weird place where doesn't really have a point to exist. I think that's its greatest problem. It has no point to exist. And if there was, hey, there is like this huge thing that makes complete sense and it's awesome, and it was like, hell yeah, this is like the big thing that we all care about and it's awesome, and it's like, and then you're gonna have fun with it, but it needs something. It's a generic system at its core. It needs something. If there was like a really cool setting behind it and you got really invested in the setting and you're like, Nobles, I have a cool idea, awesome, cool, we can build it around that. But as of right now, the problem with Sword Chronicle is that it's trying to do everything. And by virtue of trying to do everything, it gets reduced down into a weird mush. I think that's its biggest problem. Speaking about games that are not weird mushes, this is another special game called Doe, Pilgrims of the Flying Temple. This one's the weird one of this group, if you must know. This is Doe. What is Doe, Pilgrims of the Flying Temple? Well, Doe Pilgrims of the Flying Temple is strange for two reasons. Because if you look here, it's published by Evil Hat. It says, oh, it's martial arts. It's not martial arts. This is really... The weird thing about it is that it's like, oh, it's this, it's this, it's this. There's also Fate of the Flying Temple, which is an Evil Hat game, which is a Fate game. And I was like, cool, that definitely exists. However, if you notice here, the designer behind Doe, Pilgrims of the Flying Temple, it's Gold Star. It's... Yeah, you just kind of see it like it's a little bit weird in some respects. Is a guy named Daniel Solis. Now, you may be looking at this saying, Daniel Solis, who the fuck is this dude? Daniel, here's an art director for WizKids. And he does a bunch of board game stuff. That's Daniel. This is Daniel Solis. These are all the games he's worked on. You've probably heard of Kodama. You've maybe heard of Junk Orbit. I had heard a little bit of... Where was it? Heard a little bit of this one. There's quite a few different little games that he's worked on. But this is who he is. These are all his published games, obviously. Published. He's mostly known for board games. So Daniel Solis is the person behind Writer's Dice. He's the guy behind Doe Pilgrims of the Flying Temple, even though he legitimately does not talk about it anymore. He does not talk about this game at all. And this was a very early Kickstarter. We're talking about a extremely early Kickstarter, relatively speaking. 12 years ago, tier. This is, let me see what the earliest comments are. Will be crafted, yeah, Evil Hat production, 13 years ago. 13 years ago. This was back in 2011 when this game came out. Yeah, and as you can kind of, there were people kind of behind this. Let's see, Smart Play Games. This is Daniel Solis Games. He's got one. I can't. Where is Smart Play Games? Yeah, a bunch of like fucking drive-through cards. Still owned by Roll20, by the way. If I do this though, one of the unfortunate things is Daniel Solis. Yeah, Daniel Solis is the former member of the Chicago City Council. That's not him. This is also one of the guys. This is the same guy. This is his blog. I don't know why this is like a slightly different thing, but yeah, it's the same dude. Is he a normal dude who does normal dude things? Yeah, he's just a completely normal person. He seems pretty regular. Nothing too odd about this guy. I don't know if he's secretly a murderer or something. Who fucking knows? I haven't really seen anything there. He seems to be fine. As you can kind of even tell, there isn't really much about this game. This is one of those games that kind of just, kind of went away. It just kind of disappeared. Oh, fuck Evil Hat. The No Kapaloo. This was one of the games that I thought about going over for the children's case. In his deep process of knowing whether a person hides bodies under their basement, you can usually find it pretty easily if they're a little bit being a little bit weird. The thing is, this is all that he's written, and it's like, Happy Birthday Robot. Happy Birthday Robot is his other one, and you see it's a lot of Evil Hat Productions. This was 2011 Evil Hat. But yeah, this is effectively the entire thing here. This is it. No one gives a shit about this game. Probably no one has heard about this game before. So obviously we're going to talk about it because I find that very funny. But here's the thing. I want to get this across really fast. This is not a role-playing game. This is not a tabletop role-playing game in the traditional way of doing things. This is a storytelling game. This is important. This is a storytelling game. And yeah, let's see. Letter illustration, bunch of illustrations of here. Have no... Hey, do you want to make dough-related content? June 2011. It's been literally 13 years since then. Been 800 years since we saw this. Now, I'm going to give myself the most basic rundown of the lore. So, there is the entirety of the universe, except the universe is composed of small spheres called planets. These are lands. At the center of the universe lies the Flying Temple, a place where literal airbenders live, where everyone is happy and nothing is going wrong. Occasionally, though, kids end up there. If kids end up at the Flying Temple, they are raised as families. However, the monks there say, hey, we cannot force you to join we're not going to tell you to join our order until you've kind of lived your life. Thus, they have undergone a pilgrimage to different worlds to help them with their problems. That's really the extent of the situation. You are a bunch of kids being sent off to solve people's problems, because that's what it is. It is, though, a game for kids. 12 and up, though you could probably reasonably play this with someone a little younger. It would take a little bit of time. Now, there's a few things to note about the wonderful world here. Do you like Avatar: The Last Airbender? If the answer is, I love Avatar, then don't worry, you know exactly what 95% of the vibe this is supposed to be. One of the big things is, one, you are all effectively air monks, but not air monks. I think the best way to think about it is that you are a bunch of kids who have learned the ability to fly because gravity is a meme to you. Gravity is a spook, and you have managed to outspook the gravity. This has created a terrible thing, partly psychology. You see, this is a wind punk universe. I want everyone to remember this beautiful phrase right here. I've never heard of it. No one's heard of this. Yeah, welcome to the first and probably only wind punk game. Actually, this does beg a very particular question. Wind punk. Does wind punk come up for anything? But what about wind punk? Sky punk? Why isn't this a thing? There's a band called wind punk. Vertical wind punk. That would be deafening to live in. Yeah, nothing too, yeah, I don't... Guys, what if wind? Yes, this is, I believe the first instance. Dragon Hunters from Channel 2 France joined the chat. And don't forget about Enlightenment Maxic. It is me. He killed me by calling it Windpunk. Windpunk monk core ecology filled hope punk war flashbacks. Let's see, Dragon Hunter show. I mean, if I remember, this is what I think it is. This is not what I think it is, but yes, you're getting the correct look at it. Honest to God, you're getting the correct vague look, except there are no weapons. So, generally speaking, worldly people make do with the surface they can find, rather than make a living for themselves. Solid ground also affects technological advancement of each world, making strange amalgams of Stone Age and Sailing Age innovations. The entire concept is that there is just very limited ground to be on. It's tiny little worlds. It's Kingdom Hearts logic, except there's no space. Everything's just clouds. That's just, yeah. How does it work? It's not important. Sails are just cool. Don't think about it too hard. I do enjoy that. It's the don't think about it too hard. Fuck you. But yes, the entire premise of this game is that that people can write a letter to the temple, and if you write a letter to the temple, you're asking for help, trying to get things to help. Oh no. There's a problem. Hey, my entire world has been eaten by a giant whale. Can you please get us out? Cool. What do the monks do? Well, the monks are what do the pilgrims do? This is what they're gonna do. Oh no. My dad won't let me, help the downtrodden people of my land. I need your help to do it. Cool. Hey, Windpunk, Monk-Pilled Enlightenment Core, temple dwellers. We are in desperate straits. Our planet is going to crash into another planet, and you guys have to help us. Now, collective nouns for pilgrims. An apology of pilgrims, a bicker of a compassion of pilgrims. That doesn't even work. Yeah. Like a flight of pilgrims, a Miyazaki of pilgrims. Miyazaki, really? Really? A procession, that would work. A school, that would work. A Miyazaki? Miyazaki, one of the most, like, dour motherfuckers in the entire world. You're like, don't worry, I like Studio, it looks right. Well, Studio Ghibli. Be like, do you know who... A studio that's not a verb. The jackass of pilgrims, effectively. Yeah. They are effectively supposed to be peaceful emissaries, so there's no real combat. Again, the most important things you have to remember. Pilgrims help people, pilgrims get into trouble, they grow up and change their name, and find her dough, otherwise known as their way. For the strangest reason, the movie fucking Stand By Me gets referenced. Fucking Stand By Me and Kino's Journey gets mentioned in the exact same paragraph. Which I find to be hilarious in their own right. Because Stand By Me is a really good movie. Kino's Journey, yep, good old Kino's Journey. Kino's Journey was popular then. You gotta remember that. I think that wasn't too long after the anime came out. Avatar of Pilgrims, yeah, pretty much. It's not an avatar of Pilgrims. Thank you very much. Now the big thing is this is a storytelling game. This is what I was kind of like. It's not really a real RPG. Now I'm going to teach you all how to play the game. These are the letters to the temple. There's a thing that we're trying to do. We need to answer letters and help people. Uh-oh, what do we gotta do? There's problems, of course. Hey, books, flags, knots. Generally speaking, we're trying to learn of traditions, laws, and customs. Love or get involved in worldly love lives. Struck by Prince Shu's thorough understanding of ancient horticulture, Pilgrim flirting Rose falls in love with him. The feeling is mutual, but the problem is he's already betrothed to the princess of another world. Not is families or peculiar manners, and flags are politics between nations. Yeah, pen is academic problems, lotus is god problems, sword is violence problems, and tree is environment problem. Now, this is the most basic understanding of Dear Pilgrims of the Flying Temple. Hi, how are you? My name is Malene. I come from a very small planet. There is me, my house, my cat, and my 2 trees. See drawing. I am not so good because my planet has been eaten by a whale. It is a very small planet. I woke up and I was inside a whale. I don't want to get any more eaten. Please help your friend Malene, age 8. He has drawing on other side. I will make you cookies. Yeah, so the main goal here, you see these goal words here. This is what the main game actually is. What we're trying to do is the players, because there's no GM in this game, the players are trying to write things out with trying to put in these goal words. In every sentence you write, you may be able to put 1, maybe 2 goal words in. So it's like, hey, we're working with the whale here, but we need to do something. But we need to put a cat in there. We need to put a house in there. We need to eat something. You know, there's things we gotta do here. A lot of goal words. The general idea is that if we get all the goal words, if we successfully get all of these done, we succeed, you know, with flying colors. Life's good. We can't get it, we actually leave and everyone lie. We suck. Everything goes horribly, horribly wrong, and everyone laughs at it. Yep, and there's quite a few of these different letters. Yeah, me are goblin, me am still, me are dungeon, me are hell. Grob he da orc, he helped me write letter, his party is da hurt and they kill, they talk. Elf we bell, he kill chief, he take copper pieces. We know the copper pieces, we had the food, so we are starved. Dwarf he ham we hammer, he kill shaman, he take magic stick, no the magic stick, we no stop troll him hungry. Eat him plenty goblin, eat him me hum, me miss me mum. We is the help, we see gnome with the shiny gem, him at old temple on top of dungeon, help me put him letter on altar. I am get the help from monk. Please the monk help the goblin, we am hungry, toll am hungry, hit shaman he be dead, and chief he be dead, and Bob she be dead, and all I grob it he the orc. IR Help by John fucking Wick. Yes, John Wick got involved in this, by the way. Because if you're noticing some of these names, these are people who are, some of them are still in the industry, some of them are very much not in the industry anymore. But yes, that is the actual legitimate John Wick, by the way. Of many popular games and terrible gaming advice. It may seem like I'm blowing through this game, but like John Wick DM involved. Oh boy, John Wick, my favorite game. Dear Pilgrims, help us corrupt the humies. Wow. Oh, we gotta stretch. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Uso, you have to remember, everyone loves Kino's journey. It's the only thing people remember watching. Ugh. Why in the in-game text is written by an 8-year-old that got eaten by a space whale? I'm having a stroke reading this goblin shit. Dear Pilgrims, help us corrupt. Oh, damn, end his misery. Would you ever do a John Wick? We've gone over a few John Wick games. The thing is this. Is Doe bad? No, it's for fucking kids. It's literally a game for children. Literally, and the entire concept is you take one of these letters, or you write your own letter, and they have to now try to get as all of these goal words as they are writing sentences in as things go wrong. All the things go wrong, or all the things go right, and all the other horrible, horrible things happen. Or it's like, hey, we need to put in all of these things somehow. We need to put in all of these things somehow, somewhere. That's the... So, how do we actually play? So, storytelling game about good intention and troublesome consequences. Each story set on a different world, described in a letter. Ooh. Now, the thing is, hey you, make clear distinction between you and the character. Generally speaking, this is a pretty short game, like 1 to 2 hours, and you're all just trying to literally write in a journal, trying to figure out how you do this. The big thing is, you need these black stones. Or markers or dice or whatever. Generally speaking, you just need to draw from a bag, and that's how you determine things. I do like the fact that technically your character sheet is a passport, and this actually teaches you how to play the game. Yep. That's all you really need to do. That's all you get. Have no fear. This is all you need. It's a passport. Now, the big thing is, pilgrims help people, and we set everything up. You gotta remember this. You will always be Pilgrim, and now we chose to play Pilgrim Dirty Fist. Now, how do we get, what does being dirty mean? What's your banner? Well, your banner is how you get into trouble. How things go horribly, horribly wrong for you. And what happens to Pilgrim Dirty Fist gets into trouble by getting caught up in the muck. He gets caught up in all the horrible shit that goes on. And that's where he is. He could get literally dirty, or he could get metaphorically dirty. That's all he is. However, he stands up to people with, to wicked intent. He's like, hey, you're being evil. I'm going to stand up to you. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to be heroic. And I'm going to be a lot bigger than I think I am. Because I am a literal 10-year-old who is going to try to throw down with an actual military. Journaling, that's never a good sign. Remember, Yosemite, game for children, where they explicitly say, mind you, where they explicitly say to make sure that they know how to read, write actual sentences. The thing is, the first 7th C was decent, though there's a reason why it's not as well talked about these days. Cat RPG was decent. I actually like the Cat RPG. It's clever in its own thing. The thing is with Legend of the Five Ring. Legend of the Five Ring is better without him, because he's the kind of guy who set it up where he explicitly said Ronin do not have a place in samurai fiction. And that's why playing a Ronin in Legend of the Five Rings is fucking impossible. Like, it is super fucking hard to play a Ronin in Legend of the Five Rings, because that's what he legitimately believed. It's like John Wick he's a very creative person. This is the thing. John Wick is incredibly creative. He just has a bad tendency of becoming a Klein bottle. Like, you gotta remember, he literally has a he has this bad tendency of becoming a weird human Klein bottle, of getting an irrevocably shit take on things, and sucking his own ass. It's actually quite impressive. But, yes, generally speaking, you're writing things. Now, we write our things in. How do we get into trouble? How do we solve things? Cool. You can write in anything you want here. That's the thing. You can write in anything you want. Keeps your pilgrim from helping. Troubles are things that help keep your pilgrim from helping others. Because that is the main thing that you want to do. The main thing you want to do his do thing is to help people. That is it. You want to help as many people as possible. So, first, you start the game with one player taking a bag and doing his first turn. This starts the first round of play. Play a few rounds until one person has 8 stones at the end of a round, and that's kind of the big thing we're going to be talking about now. The big thing what you want to do is you want to write off these words. So, let's say for example, we've got our bag. I've got my my bag of my quote bag of dice here, as you can most likely tell by my big bag of dice, otherwise known as D6s. So, okay, it's my turn. I am the storyteller. I'm going to go shaky, 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 and I'm going to draw 3 dice. So, what you can have is I have 2 black and 1 white stone, or 1 white die anyway. So, I would go here. This is what I would have to do. I have the option of choosing the 1 white or 2 black. That's the main thing. So we have to keep 1, and how many stones determines who will write the next sentence, how many words get used, and whether you end up in trouble. And you say, hey, I'm going to keep the white die. I want to keep let's say I'm going to keep my black die. Put the white die away. And these are my 2 black die. The big thing though is you don't have a really how do I want to word this? If you notice though, these you can kind of start counting cards a little bit, and you can see like, okay, there aren't many, like the likelihood of me drawing out a bunch of black dice are now lower now because 2 black dice are now in possession of 1 person. So, easy enough to understand. You have 3 and you are not in trouble. You start not in trouble. You write a sentence in the journal and you help someone and you use 1 goal word. Easy. You get 2. Hey, you write 1 goal word. You write 1 goal, sentence with goal word. Then the troublemakers write a sentence in the journal about your pilgrim getting into trouble. However, they also use a goal word. So it's kind of the idea of saying, hey, let's say we're on a magic adventure, and I could say, hey, I want to let's say I have 3 die. I can say, hey, I fly into the battlefield and I stop the man from killing the innocent person. I blow him away and say, nope, yeah, I'm going to help you. And because I use the appropriate words, there you go. That's done. Passes on to the next person. I re-die. 2, I do that. Like, haha, no, I've blown him away. He's no longer going to hurt the person. However, I have been taken prisoner. This is about I am in trouble now. I have been taken prisoner. And that is the SpaghettiOs. This is bad. If I keep 1 stone. Well, I'm taking a trouble immediately. I get put in the trouble immediately. I go down there and immediately am captured. They use a goal word for me, and then I write about getting out of trouble. And I keep nothing. They just write me getting into trouble with no good things going on. That's the basic premise here. Is that a motherfucking Sonichu medallion? Why can't I summon level 6 Manly? Only Twitch channel I watch. Why am I recommending nothing but VTubers? Hello. It's always Hot Tub Thoughts. That's all you have to remember. No matter what you do, they will show up. Is that a motherfucking Sonichu? Yeah, of course it's Sonichu. Generally speaking, though, if you're in trouble, you write a sentence about yourself getting out of trouble, but you can't use a goal word. You keep 2 stones, but you cannot use that. And then the troublemakers about you're getting into new trouble use goal words. The goal words. Hey, ongoing trouble getting worse using a goal word. Effectively, 1 person is the storyteller. They're the ones currently narrating what's going on. They're going to write out the sentence of what happens. If they draw well, if they get 3 stones and they're not in trouble, cool. They just pass on, things are going well. The troublemakers are everybody else. Cool, if you have a lot of, things are going well, the troublemakers generally aren't going to do anything, right? You're eating too many stones. The ideal outcome is usually 2 stones. Someone gets into trouble, someone gets out of trouble. Someone gets into trouble, someone gets out of trouble. That's the basic idea. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, but you use the most amount of gold words. 2 gold words, 2 gold words, 2 gold words, no gold, gold, no gold. That's the problem. You want to use as many gold words as possible. Let's see over here, they kind of give you an example. Cross out the words, cross out the words. Oh no. Step 2, you got some problems. We get to get rid of a gold word, but I'm in trouble now. Oh, cool. I'm in super duper trouble. Things could go terribly wrong and none of us are winning. Hey, we're doing this. Hey, we're removing this. This is 95% of the game. This is most of the game, actually. Is I've drawn two things. I'm going to do this. Ah, cool. I've drawn 3 things. I'm going to do this now. Or I'm going to... And you're constantly going back and forth of writing a sentence for you and writing a sentence for them. Trying to get as many goal words as possible. Generally speaking, the average letter has 20 goal words, and you can use 1 per sentence. So if things go really poorly, if everything goes really, really poorly, suddenly no one has anything. The next round of play, the next storyteller starts from turn step 1. Someone has 8 stones. Well, it's Jover. We then go to the epilogue. And hey, if we successfully got rid of every goal word, we get a parade's ending. Everyone loves us and we get to go home and everyone is happy and everything goes well. Even if a single goal word is not crossed out, we get the pitchforks ending. We get driven away for our meddling. Things go wrong, everything goes poor, and we all lose. How many stones did we get? How many stones did we get? Well, it's 2 black stones, 2 white stones during the story. We get a little bit of bonuses. We get a little bonuses here, and then we update our characters. That's it. The main thing is you can argue is like, hey, after every adventure, we then upgrade to a different one we want, which is going to change the way we get in trouble, change the way we help people, and then you do that until, hey, you're going to increase your destiny or your temple destiny up to as much as possible, and then you're going to have to make a choice. You're going to say, hey, at the end of the pilgrimage, at the end of the day, I have a bunch of temple destiny. I'm going to return to the temple and join them as a monk. Or hey, I have a bunch of world destiny. I'm going to leave the temple and join one of the worlds as a non-flying individual. But I've joined the worlds as, being in there. That really is it. Also, here's Peter Griffin. I play this over Everway. Never heard of Everway. So this is like a choose your own adventure book? Play loop here. I don't get it. My brain hurts. Did I miss the game part somehow? So I'm going to explain this in the most basic way possible. The most basic idea is player A. Let's say there's player A, player B, and player C. In the first round, player A is the storyteller. They're the storyteller. Player B is the troublemaker. Player B and C are troublemakers. Now, let's say player A from the bag draws 3 stones. Now, they draw 3 stones. They draw 2 black and 1 white. They say, hey, I want to choose 2 black die. I want to choose 2 black stones. So, what do they get to do? Player A writes a sentence with a goal word in it as they help someone. Player B and C write a sentence. Player A getting into trouble with a goal word. That is the extent of the game. Oh no, there's something going on. Okay, and that's the end of the round. It would go to player B. Player B would draw his cards. What's going on? We would go to player C. Player C draws his stones. What's going on? We go back to player A. Player A is now in trouble. So he draws his, we draw the stones, heart of the cards. Where do the stones come in? The stones are determining what we're doing. I'll go back to the chart up here to see. It's easier to get a visual representation. So, we draw 3 stones. We get to write a sentence in the journal. We can use a goal word. That's it. We have 2 stones. We write a sentence in the journal. The other players get to write a sentence in the journal and getting us into trouble using a goal word. You could kind of say that the stones are a way for us to determine what's going on. So if I draw 2 black and 1 white stone, I have the option of choosing this option, or I can choose this option. On the other hand, if I draw 3 black stones, I have to do this. Or I can take this option. If I'm in trouble, if things are going poorly, I have to write different words. So they determine who can write what in the journal. Yes, effectively. That is the best way to think about it. You draw the stones to determine who is writing what in the journal, and if we can use goal words or not. Hey, we can't use any goal words to get you out of trouble. That is a literal sentence that that is doing nothing for us. And those are still stones now in our possession that is quickly escalating up. The shortest amount of time you can probably do this is 3 rounds. As someone takes three of one, they have 6, they take 2 of another. That's 3 rounds, and it's like, okay, we all lose. End of the road kind of thing. But generally speaking, people are going to think about it through a little bit, being like, well, we don't really need to do that. And optimally speaking, 2 stones is the optimal way of doing things. You get the most amount of goal words out. But you're trying to kind of slow up the results here a little bit and make sure people who are in trouble aren't in trouble anymore, but you may want to get them in trouble, because if you get them in trouble, you try goal words. That's kind of the idea. That is the game. That's why I say it's not really a game per se, because it's just everyone is right. It's a storytelling game. It's a storytelling game where you are choosing what to write in a little storybook about what's going on in your story. That is the best way to think about it. What is occurring here? It is whatever the players want. There's no game master. There's no it's kind of like there's no game master. There's no assistant or anything like that. Things occur and things are happening. And it's like, hey, the Pilgrim rescued Kitty from a well, but it got into trouble. How did the banner get her into trouble? Oh, 2 people decided on the inheritance, but got into trouble. How did the banner get her into trouble? Hey, I rescued a kitty from a well, but it got caught in the muck. The kitty's out of the well, but I'm not. I got stuck in the well. Something's bad. Hey, we determined someone's inheritance. However, I am now stuck there doing all their taxes. They want me to do all the busy work there. I can't help anyone because I'm now stuck there doing taxes. Sucks. Pilgrim saved friendly village from the flood, but got into trouble. How did their banner get her into trouble? Hey, I helped the village, from a flood, but now I'm being swept away by the flood. I redirected the flood away from the village, but now I'm being, I'm having to ride the waves a little bit away from everyone doing anything productive. Hey, I want to help someone. Things are going. How do I help people though? Well, that's the funny part. That's the best way of thinking about it. Circle-shaped troubles. It's something that you can constantly move forward with. It's more of a writing exercise at the end of the day. So yeah, it's just like, how can I make the world better? They can't even say like, hey, we want to make things that... Journaling games are always confusing and stupid. Journaling games hold a very particular place in this, and that's why I was thinking, like, do I change this? Do I want to, like, maybe do a different game? But I'm like, no, I've talked about Doe before. I think it's appropriate to talk about this game finally, and being like, yeah, it's not really it's not a traditional game in any remote amount of context. It is, though, a interesting thing. That's really all I can really muster up about it. It's interesting to know that it does in fact exist. And as a journaling game, it does function. If you want to get kids writing something, then yeah, it works. That's the thing there. Like, do you want to get children to write down something while having fun? Yeah, cool. That's what you want to do. Because it's now, hey, well, there's a challenge now. Well, you have to be good enough to now put in a challenge of having to write down a certain word, or use a word correctly, or use a word in a different manner. Grown-ass adults playing this? Not really. That's always like a weird litmus test for like children's games. Would an adult enjoy playing this? And the answer is maybe. Maybe an adult would enjoy playing Doe. I would say you would need to put in some... You would need the right people to play Doe with. That would be the thing. It would be you and 3 of your best friends playing Doe and getting very confused and very angry at one another. Trying to do things while trying to journal at one another, while trying to figure out like where things are going, while trying not to like, oh well, we can just optimize this and use all the complicated words right away, so by just asking stupid questions or whatever. Like, that's one of the things you could say is it's interesting if for kids. I don't think like grown-ass adults would like it as much. Which again, if you ever want to know if a game is good for kids, a game is good for kids if it's good for adults. However, it's simple enough for them to wrap their head around. Like I will unironically say like Tales of Equestria, for example. Tales of Equestria is really fucking good for kids. Because it's simple to understand, simple to learn, and you can pick it up in about 5 seconds. And any kid is going to understand exactly what you're talking about with Tales of Equestria. But, even playing it as an adult, there's enough going on behind the scenes, and there's enough you can do with it to be like, okay, I see, like there's something activating that neuron. Yeah, exactly. You can activate some neurons with the Tales of Equestria, not even just like among bronies or whatever. Like there's enough there, even down to things like, hey, do you want a really simple Transformers game? Tales of Equestria can do that. It takes 5 minutes to adapt Tales of Equestria to literally any of the Hasbro properties. It's not too difficult. If you just want some, then yeah, fine, boom, there we go, $1 billion idea. But I've like the one Hero Kids. Hero Kids is weird. That is a weird game. And it's just like, what the fuck is this? Because oh god. Tales of Equestria OSR. It is not OSR yet. Any Hasbro IP, you say? I mean, in theory, yeah. In perfect theory, yes. Official, you can make the unofficial, official Magic the Gathering game. So, let me, as in you should make it. Man, I already got enough SRGs to worry about. So, our final game, a very special game, is going to be Dominion Rules. But if you give me a second, I am going to do, well, I need to use the bathroom. Hello, I am alive. So, let's talk Dominion Rules. So, what is Dominion Rules? What is Dominion Rules? Well, Dominion Rules is a little weird. So let's, This is Dominion Rules RPG. This game is free. You can download this game right now by downloading this PDF. Right here. Everything you want, right here. Weirdly enough, it's also under an open gaming license, the Dominion Rules license. Now, this is a little bit interesting to talk about because the Dominion Rules license has been around since 1999. Yes, 1999. Not Oglaf. I don't need Oglaf. OGL. Because we go to like the open gaming license. The open gaming license started in 2000. Yes, technically Dominion Rules has been around since, yeah, right here. Dominion Rules have been around since about 1999. You know, and it's open source roleplay. They even cite the website, the web archive of their old website, because someone apparently stole their website of open source roleplay. You know, submissions for Gwenel and other dominions, and this is it. Freely distributed, soon to be open source fantasy rules system. This is 1999. Like, you gotta remember that. This is kind of weird to think about, but this is 25 fucking years. Dominion. What? It's Oglaf. Have you never read Oglaf, Horus? Funny as fuck. It's generally speaking, Dominion has, yeah. I think the thing with Dominion is that nobody knows what the fuck it is. And I think that's one of the you know, did take off in a big way through the D20 licensing scheme. Yeah, and it did not help that apparently, yeah, only a very few sales, however, the collaborative open source gaming aspect undermined somewhat by this move. This is one of those weird moments. This version improved and expanded the game's rules in several respects. It was Dominion Games' attempt to make some money off the game by offering the essential component for free and other components for sale over the internet. Only a few sales were ever made. However, the collaborative open source gaming aspect of the game may have been undermined somewhat by this move. Disappeared briefly when a web squatter got a hold of DominionGames.com. DR then relaunched in 2008 on DominionRules.org as an entirely free system. Now, this is a really interesting note. Here. However, the collaborative opens aspect of the game may have been undermined somewhat by this move. That's a very weird thing to put in your own game. Because the weird thing is, it's got its own thing here. And are you noticing something? Are you noticing something very interesting about this? Now, Foss RPG is really a pack of white whales. The weird thing about this is that there's no name. Development of the game followed an open source model whereby contributors, known as the Dominion Games Development Team, made improvements under the Dominion Rules license, thus encouraging creation of skills, spells, beasts, and rules by the Modular Nation attempt to establish the equivalent to the open source software model of RPG development. Currently speaking, this is the only understanding of the person who actually wrote Dominion. All we know, it is written and managed by a mysterious anonymous benefactor, or MAB. Most of the things that they contributed to from back in the day is gone. Everything they did is gone. Its MAB is... There is no name attached to this. And even if we go here, like 2018, Icar, I've been debating on going through this and finding some, but like Dominion Rules is, hey, there isn't really a man behind this. There's no people to really cite. Generally speaking, I think there's two things of why Dominions never really took off. And I think there's two very distinct reasons. The first reason is very simple. This is what the cover is. Now, I'm not saying the cover is bad and it is terrible and everything is bad about it. However, we have to remember we live in a world in which Dungeons and Dragons exist. And because we live in a world where Dungeons and Dragons exists, when someone sees Dominion Rules, historical and fantasy role-playing system, they immediately write it off, especially when it's a custom system. Because remember, this is not a D20 game. This is a D12 game, actually. And I think a lot of people will write it off, because there's also the concept of, how do I want to word this? There's this kind of this strange paradox when it comes to cost. Like, there's this weird cost paradox. Because generally speaking, if I were to say there's two products. One, we'll say product A. Product A is $15. Product B is $10. They are fundamentally product A equals product B. These are fundamentally the exact same thing. There's no difference. One is just cheaper than the other. People will think this is higher quality People will think product A is higher quality than product B immediately because product B is cheaper. That's it. That's the perceived belief. That product, the more expensive product is fundamentally a better product. This leads to a very fascinating situation of product C, free, worst quality. Worst quality, even if product C is the exact same as product A and B, and even if these are the exact same product, arguably it's, hey, product C is free, therefore it is of worse quality. It's the worst quality. And yeah, it looks like a miniature. Yeah, it's one of those things like you open it up, you look at it, you're like, oh, well, this isn't very good. It's like it's going to be something boring. It's going to be something cheap. And it is kind of that cost paradox. Like, yeah, people pay for OSC rather than getting basic fantasy for free, even though they are the same damn thing. Yeah, because there's the perceived level of quality. It's the same reason people buy fucking wheat thins rather than, wheat snack crackers. Wheat snack crackers are lower quality, right? They are the exact same thing as fucking wheat thins. All based. It's kind of it's kind of presentation. It's kind of just the way that it's seen. Status thing. It's kind of like when someone buys like Gucci. Have you actually felt a Gucci shirt before? Have you actually seen Gucci clothing? Yeah, I have. And guess what? It is the same fucking quality as my t-shirt. It is the same shit. It feels no different. There's nothing special. But there's something different. It's Gucci on the side, and its price tag is quadruple the value of a dozen pack of my shirts. But yeah, I think that's kind of the sin of Dominion rules, is that because it's free and because it looks kind of janky, it's like, oh, well, we don't really like this. However, it says Gucci on, exactly. However, there's something very interesting to note about Dominion rules. Now, this is something that I didn't notice right away, but I'm gonna try to find something. Now, you see this, you're like, okay, Oskana Romanova. Oskana Romanova. That name sounds really familiar for some unholy reason. That name sounded really familiar. Some of you might know this name. Oskana Romanova, artist, is actually a Ravenloft artist. Yeah, she worked for Ravenloft. I don't really know much else about her. I couldn't find anything else. Couldn't find anything because there's a few people with her name. But yeah, she definitely worked for Ravenloft and a couple other things. Those are boobs, by the way. And I was like, oh, it's a very specific thing. And it's a very specific thing because I'm like, yeah, that would add up around the same time. And yeah, it's the name's a little the art looks very similar. If I were to look far, if I were to look harder and into various Ravenloft artists and maybe things like that, we could probably find more of Romanova's artwork and kind of start pinpointing some yeah. And arguably, Yosemite Mike, that's the my one goal for making the Dominion's rules video is going to be, hey, you should check this out because it's free and it's fun and it's interesting and you should really look at it. It is a thing there. I do have a few things to comment about it, but hey, that's what I do best. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting because clearly they knew people, and this person was in there. My theory is, I have two theories about who wrote the initial Dominion rules. My thinking is, if I'm doing this, if I'm thinking this correctly, we do the, most likely, it was either someone tied to the Ravenloft books. That's what I was thinking. Like, it could very easily be someone tied to the Ravenloft books somewhere. Like one of the old, game designer people. Or someone there, because it's very convenient that, she showed up. And that's why I'm thinking, like, mind you, there's a lot of people who worked on those old Ravenloft books, so it could be anyone. I think there were some ties there. There's a very distinctive look, and the way that this is written is like, okay, clearly someone has it's someone. I don't know who, but it's definitely someone. Am I thinking it's, Tracy Hickman? No. Am I thinking it's, no, I don't think that's for a fucking moment. But most likely it was someone who was already in the mess, if that makes sense. That would be my guess. Romanova, because they would have to have known this person, and it's very convenient that there, and this how the dates line up. It's it's a lot of like, Can you, yeah, I can do that. I'll upload everything as usual. A property like that involves a ton of freelancers. Yeah, but if you know the person, then you can immediately be like, hey, we've worked together on something before. I'm doing a thing. Do you want to do pretty much? I would say a majority of the artwork is her in this book. The majority of the artwork. So what is Dominion rules? Obviously, we need to bring someone in, most qualified individual available. Hello, Iro Blasco Witchcow. We are playing an elf, a sad elf, a sad Polish elf, as you can see, who's 5'2", 110 pounds, who's balding and tired. So I thought this would be the most appropriate way to make a character. So welcome to, we're get ready. So, at its absolute basic is a rules system for historical and fantasy role-playing. It takes place in a medieval or quasi-medieval setting, such as Sherwood Forest, King Arthur's Britain, or Middle-earth. Or none of them. Or none of them at all. Very, very odd in that regard. So, generally speaking, you're going to need a 12-sided die, because this is a D12 roll-under system, which is a little bit funky, and that's going to throw people off. It threw me off at first, because some of the math throws you a bit. Yep. Now, there was the main Dominion. Now, there was a one called Gwenel. Gwenel was the original setting. I could not find anything on Gwenel anymore. Gwenel is gone. I have no idea where it may be. I have no idea where it could have gone. Judging by things, MAB may not be the original writer of Dominion. That's a very distinct possibility. We don't really know what happened. We don't know what may have occurred. That's kind of a big if and or maybe but perhaps statement. So, rules describe not any particular Dominion are intended to apply to any Dominion, unless your GM says otherwise. So, basic understanding, stats and roles and things like this, how to use Dominion rules, it's up to you. I'm kind of going through this a little bit, but yeah. 12 is always a failure. Anytime you roll a 12, you have a 1 in 12 chance of just botching whatever you're doing, because you are a silly Billy and everyone hates you. Gunter blocked me. Gunter used a block skill somehow. The phrase Gunter blocked means he got in the way of somehow. When you see capitalized words, there's a lot of these like little Like a lot of these little things being like, here's how to convert metric units, and here's how to, hey, please go here. So DR, meanwhile, Cyber Squad are taking over our former website, so being distributed from a new site. So, everyone has innate talents. These are our attributes. Attributes are never going to change. We have vigor, agility, stamina, intuition, intellect, and luck. As you can tell, we're fucking stupid, and we're not very lucky. However, we're very fast, and we got a decent strength on us. Now, the thing that I wanted to do with Iroh is, I wanted to, because I was playing, I genned up this scary-looking elf man, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to play a thief. That's what I want to do. I want to play a thief. A thief who does not get into danger. So he has high stealth. A little bit of... Now, this base value here is your base value of the role. Now, you may be thinking, man, 3 looks like shit. Why would you ever want a 3? Well, very simply put, remember, this is D12, roll under. So having a 3 in something means you have a 25% chance of succeeding. Just as much as having a 4 means you have a 1 in 3 chance of succeeding. See where I mean by the math looks a little different now because of how the numbers add up. You're like, oh, I see. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're like, oh, I see. Kind of get that, that big brain moment there. So, generally speaking, most of these make complete sense of how they work. Nothing is too exotic. The only odd one really is luck. If we go down to, we have the intuition. Luck allows you to use lucky breaks. And what's a lucky break? Is whatever you do, you can burn an AP, you can burn an advancement point, burn a little bit of experience, effectively. You get a lucky break. You get a lucky break, you get a bonus equal to your luck attribute. So, for example, let's say I have a luck of 3. That's a lot of luck. What I can do is I can spend 1 AP, and I would get a +3 on all of my rolls. That's pretty damn good. +3? Hell yeah. You mean my agility goes from a 4 to a 7? That my stealth goes from a 6 to a 9? Oh, well, I can succeed on a lot more than I normally would. Iroh is not very lucky, because he lives in Poland, so he doesn't really want to use lucky breaks very often. Do I like lucky breaks? Do I not like lucky breaks? Luck is a good thing after you've got your basic. Wait, isn't +3 on a roll bad? It would be +3 to whatever your attribute, whatever your thing was. So, for example, +3 alertness. That's what I meant. So it would be, hey, your alertness is 5, lucky break. It would be an 8 now. I would roll the 7. I would have succeeded. Boom. That's +3 to your die roll. So when I'm talking about like +3s and -3s or whatever, remember this is a roll under system. I'm talking about attributes. It's a little different in that regard. So if you have any questions, never hesitate to ask. So you kind of see like, oh, okay, with an 8, she spends 1 AP to get a lucky break. I'm like, all right, cool. Not considered an action, so you don't get any action penalties, which they explain a little bit later. Now, everyone also has composite skills. So, these are our base abilities. Now, your combat is the average of your vigor and agility. Now, we round down. You see favorable rounding here. If you're really unlucky, you could get favorable rounding on a lot of things if you're really, but generally speaking. So, for combat anyway, you see I have a composite stat of 3. However, if I were to, say, go into the priestly world, I would have a composite stat of 3 as well, because that would be my intuition plus my agility. I know it's I think it's vigor plus intuition. Yeah. I would have still a 3. However, my witchcraft is my intelligence plus my luck, which would be 1, because I am not a witch. I don't use that magic bullshit. Let's see. Stamina, that's it. So my stamina is 2, and my intuition. So technically, that should be a 2. I think I just did my math wrong. I think I rounded up when I shouldn't have because I had unlucky rounding, favorable rounding. See, this is what happens. Now, skills-wise these are the main meat of the game. You're never really going to be rolling just agility. You're going to be rolling stealth, horsemanship, timing. You're going to be rolling any of those. Agility is just your baseline. But let's say, for example, I want to write in, let's say I have, let's say, for example, I put in picklocking here. If I have picklocking skill, for some unholy reason, I would in fact have it would start at 4. That's kind of the basic premise. And if you see all these different skills down here, ignore that one. Oh, hey, we can write in any skills we want. That's kind of the welcome to the beautiful thing about Dominion rules, which is, hey, feel free to write in shit that you want. This is important. You can freely you create new skills and new rules for using them. These are the basic ones. The absolute simple. So, what happens with force to attempt something they have never done before, has no knowledge about. We just say, you're not honed, just use the attribute stat. Generally speaking, you're not very good at things you aren't very good at. Now, second skill stats are subject to penalties. Oh no. You get a -10 or whatever, you're doing bad. However, the thing is, your skills can improve theoretically endlessly. This is big. You can, theoretically speaking, I can improve my stealth all the way to 25 or something even higher. I can go all the way up. The thing is, if I roll a 12, I'm still going to fail. No matter what, I have a 1 in 12 chance of failing. This is usually when you are making penalties. So if I have 16 stealth, for example, and I have a -10 to sneak somewhere, I would go down to 6 instead of going down to absolute rock bottom 0. I would still fail on a 12, however, you get all these bonuses. So, they do kind of go over like, hey, what's climbing like? What's grip like? Some of them are really specific. Like grip is useful for disarming attacks in combat, or it's like, hey, what's your skill roll for grip? I was like, hey, I want to play a thief man who's sneaking into places, so I'm like, having a little bit of grip would be useful, along with some muscle and some climbing. So he wants to climb in through windows and hold on to ledges and stuff. Cool, easy. Entire thing. Agility skills, horsemanship, pick locks, pickpockets. Now, you kind of see agility, you can add these things, but you don't need to. Like, if you want to have pick locks and you want to have pickpockets, it's entirely your prerogative. You don't need them, though. I didn't choose to pick them in because I was just being a stealthy, sneaky man. I'm like, 4 is good enough for those things, so that's how it would work. Easy enough. But horsemanship is on there because horses. That and I completely forgot to add them in because I'm a fucking moron. Bold breath, withstand magic. Withstand injury is a little weird, but withstand injury is weird, but it makes sense in the combat system. So we're going to talk about withstanding injury in combat, not here, because they do kind of throw that at you right off the bat. Yeah, most of these are pretty easy to get a hold of. Like, yeah, hey, I need to find something about heraldry. Roll heraldry. Cool. Hey, I want to create a new skill. Here's the juggling skill. Cool. So, advancement points. How much advancement points do we get? You get them for literally doing things. Hey, you get about 4 hours of play. You get about 8 to 15 AP. Generally speaking, you can call it a good 12. So about 12, every session you're going to get about 12 of these little APs. And it's pretty easy to level up in this game. So if I want to improve my stealth, all I need to do is pay 6, and then it goes up to 7. And then I pay 7, it goes up to 8, pay 8, go up there. So with 12, for example, I can pay to increase my stealth and my timing up. But if I get into a big fight, for example, I can pay strike, so that's 3. I can pay strike again to get 4. That's a total of 7. And then I can pay it would go up to pay 3 to go up to 4, pay 4 to go up to 5. So I paid 7, paid 5 to go up to 6. So I can pay 12 AP to go up to a 6 in my strike now. However, if I don't get into a fight, if I'm not getting into a fight, I probably am not going to be able to improve it. And it's going to get harder and harder to improve skills at a certain point. And if you're being very lucky over here, for example, you may want to keep some AP in reserve to make sure you don't die. Improving your skills are important. I also noticed there isn't money in this game, which is kind of weird. I guess that's kind of goes with the Dominion of like how much things cost. What you're supposed to do is, this is actually how you're going to be buying your initial gear as well as some supplies, is use your APs. Your attributes never change though. I do like that idea. This is kind of the, hey, I have a 1 in something. I want to go up to 10. It's going to cost you 66. Hey, I want to go up to, I have a 4 in something. I want to go up to 12. I need to pay 60. Very expensive. And yeah, that's kind of the basics of it. You equip it, hey, you could specialize certain weapons, such as weapon specializations in Chapter 8, which you should definitely invest in, by the way. Keep a few. I would always say keep a few points for weapon specialization. I wish they gave you a little bit more. I wish they gave you this a little bit more loaded after creating a character, because they don't do like, hey, like here's how to advance a character after you learn how to make a character. Because, well, we had to think about our character. I wanted to make Iroh. I didn't know how he was going to go, but I said, hey, let's roll. They kind of give you like, hey, do you want to play a creature? Because by sheer technicality, Dominions does allow you to play any single entity of your choice. There's no special rules for enemies or anything like that. You can play a creature if you want. If you want to play a cat, you can play a cat. You want to play a horrifying CM enemy with a fucking gun? Yeah, you can. I don't know why, but you can. If you want to have more fantastical races, you can have more fantastical races of your choice. There might have some special abilities, but if you want to play more mundane creatures, you totally can play more mundane creatures. These don't really do anything, the character styles. They kind of are like, hey, if you have a really good, if you are want to play a crusader, specialize in these things. You want to play a monk, play in these things. Play a ranger, do these. Da 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 da. So, generation table. Now, there are 4 main conventional fantasy races: human, elf, dwarf, halfling. So, we include the character generation table for fantasy dominions only for humanoids and beasts. Now, let's say this is we get 1 roll on this magic chart. We all love the magic chart. We're going to roll our 1d12. So, let's roll our 1d12. We got a 5. Now, if we're a human, starting stats and 6. Starting stat of 6 in any skill. So we say, hey, we can choose any skill we want. However, hey, elves start with 5. Hey, dwarves start with 5. If we're playing halfling, we get a bonus intuition. This is our intuition attribute, one of the very few things we can do. We're playing a humanoid enemy. Hey, we get a bunch of withstand magic. Hey, playing a beast, we get this. And there are quite a few different ones of these. Some of them are better than others, I will say that. Including one which just gives you favorable rounding, or ambidextry. Now that's what happened to Iroh. Iroh rolled a 2 and got ambidextry. So I said, hey, you know what? We've got ambidextry. Why don't we play a 2 two weapon fighter, kind of a sneaky rogue man. That's what prompted that. But you kind of see the quick starting timing of this. Once you've made remove step 3. Easy enough. Now, this is pretty easy to actually just make shit for. Generally speaking, if you want to add more things to it, you totally can. You want to expand it out to do your own thing? Awesome. Hey, you know what? Let's do it right now. We're live on air. Dominion rules edit. Let's say I want to make a check because I like check. One favorable rounding. So 1 favorable rounding. 2 ambidextrous. Fucking spell. Dextery. Let's see. 3. We want to make him I believe it's close combat. We'll do strike. Let's see. Quick starting. We'll do starting timing. Starting timing 5. Quick 2. Let's see. There we go. Boom. We can now officially make our own. Easy as pie. Not really. The thing is here, I wish there was this was a little bit cleaned up. Just because you do get things like starting. I don't much care for that. Withstand injury, things like that. You could probably clean this up to make it a little bit easier to read, but that's just me. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, this is kind of neat. Then we determine our attributes. Now, the attributes are a little bit goofy. So, the idea is you assign a minimum score of 1 to each of the 6 attributes. So, you always will start at 1. So, you're going to roll 12-sided die 3 times. We're going to roll our 12-sided die 3 times. We got a 7. We got a 9. Maybe we got a 1. Calculate the average of the 3 rolls. So we would go with 16, 17 divided by 3. So it would be 5.6. So we'd only have 5 because we have to round down. Because we don't get the round up. We don't have favorable rounding. So, cool. We get 5 points. Not a lot. We get attribute up to 5. If you receive 5 attribute points or less, you automatically get favorable rounding on everything. So generally speaking, if you roll perfectly average, if you roll, let's say, 5, 6, 5, very simple. So that would be 16, 16 divided by 3, you will actually, no, it'd be 6. We'll say this is pretty much our average. Well, so it'd be 7, 7 plus 6, 7 plus 6 plus 3 divided by 3. Divided by 3. Generally speaking, you're going to get favorable rounding. If you do well, you're going to get a lot of points to play with. I did pretty well and got a lot of points to play with, so I didn't get favorable rounding right off the bat. You aren't really going to have insane stats. That's never been the case. You don't need to have insane stats. That's fine. Ugh. You know, it's kind of like result in number of points distributed to make them note of the remainder if you get 1. However, we would get a remainder, but yeah, in the stat you determine your character's composite stats. Simple idea, take them and average them. That's all you need to do. If you don't plan on playing a magician, you don't even need to calculate this. Don't plan on playing a priest, you don't even need to calculate this. I did this for my own sake, and I even did this section wrong on accident, because I'm a silly Billy and I keep forgetting things. So, that's pretty much it. Determine your basic advancement points. You normally get 45. However, if you have some problems, you might get 46, or you might have upward of about 50. 5 even. You don't get too many, but you get to play around, you distribute them as possible, and that's it, really. You should have at least one skill at about 6, roughly. Spend it as you wish, and that's it, really. Improving any of your abilities is pretty easy to do. Improving any of these, pretty simple. I spent a lot on stealth and alertness, and kind of doing a bunch of little increases. I could have probably, eased up on things, but I wanted to be fast and I wanted to be, in the shit a little bit. I was like, yeah. But yeah, that is the most simple way of explaining this particular thing. So, how do we actually play the game, though? Roll under, and roll under your attribute. That's it. So, this is, though, combat. Combat is the most important aspect of the game, and it's a little bit wonky. Let me explain it as best I can. Everything is in 4 stages. Timing, strategy, modifier, resolution. Got that? Cool. 4 stages. Timing. Everyone makes their timing roll. D12 plus your timing attribute. Everyone then makes what they're going to do, modify, and then resolve. So, we can go 5 and 12 sided, so the timing is 8. 5 plus 3 equals 8. And you look at this. So, for example, I'm going to roll my timing attribute. I rolled a 6, so I do 6 plus 5, I have 11. But notepad, what if I roll a 12? Does that mean I roll a 12 and I get amazing, awesome results? No, because remember, 12 automatically fails. You get 0. You get a 0 result. You go dead last because you rolled a fucking 12. Little weird on that front. Not going to lie. Little bit strange. Yeah, timing roll 12 always fails. Goes to the bottom of the timing order. Yeah, it's a little weird in that regard, but it makes a little bit of sense. So, your strategy phase is going to go in order of who rolled the worst. So, let's say again we have, let's say we have a fighter A, cleric B, rogue C. Now, if fighter A rolls, 11 on his timing, cleric B rolls a 8 on his timing, and rogue C rolls a 12, what'll happen is cleric B declares actions first. Cleric B is the one who has to announce that he wants to do X. Then fighter A is going to say he wants to do Y, and then rogue C would do Z. However, then we modify all the actions, then we modify all our actions. Now, there's a few things when it comes to modifying, because what you can elect to do during the declaration of actions, during the strategy phase, say, I want to dodge. Hey, this fucking fighter is going to attack me, I'm going to dodge because I can do that. That's what I want to do. Or hey, I want to attack before I can do that. Run away. Fuck that. So, the big thing is you can declare multiple actions. You declare multiple actions. So let's say, for example, he wants to do fighter A wants to do 2 actions. He would technically take a -1 on all. He would take a -1 on all of them. So we've declared 4 actions, for example. He's doing 4 different things. He would have a -3 on all of his skills, which would be really difficult, and he probably will not succeed at any of them. So, generally speaking, the most you can do is maybe up 2. Maybe 2, usually only. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm 4 hours in and my throat's kind of shredded, so I'm kind of zooming through some things here a little bit. Yeah, -3 is brutal in a D12 roll under system. Hell yeah, it is. Because think about it. -3 means that I physically cannot do any of my skills. Any of my combat skills right now. But you want to know what happens if you have a 16 in strike or a 16 in things? You can do 3 strikes in a row and have 0 fucking penalties. Because you are that good. That's why getting even up to like a 6 or a 7 is like, you're doing really fucking good. Getting really high skills may not seem very useful. Like, oh, well, I still am going to fail on a 12. However, yeah, you're going to fail on a 12 regardless, but hey, you're able to do 3 different actions. Hey, you're able to mitigate some of those problems. You're doing fine. You know, Conan can take a lot of punishment, and Conan is also going to be able to rip you a new asshole because he's that good of a fighter and he's that accomplished. So, when it comes to the modifier stage, makes roll for all skills to create modifiers. I want to dodge. I want to block. I want to cast a spell. I want to blast a motherfucker with some magic. That's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be modifying. So, let's say, for example, I want to dodge. I want to dodge. Oh no. I'm going to make my dodge roll. I rolled a 7. If he rolls higher than 7, his attempt to dodge is unsuccessful. I rolled a 7. He rolls a 4. However, the closer you are to your success, the closer you are to almost missing, the higher the value is. If you roll a 1, that's only a -1 to their roll. However, if, say, for example, with my dodge of 4, I roll a 3, they have a -3 to it. I roll a 4, they have a -4. I have deftly got out of the way. That's a -4. If I have like a 6 or 7 dodge, and I roll a 6 or a 7, wow, it turns out you now have to contend with a -7 because I am that fast. How hard is it to get that skill that high, though? Oh, for fuck's sake. Generally speaking, every level, every adventure, every good session, let's say every good solid session, you're going to get about 12 AP. To improve any skill, you need to pay its current cost to increase it by 1. So to get to a, let's say, for example, we are at, let's say we're at dodge 4. So if I want to get to dodge 5, that's going to cost me 4. Dodge 6, it's going to cost me 9. Dodge 7, that's going to cost me 15, because we're paying 6. Dodge 8, that's going to cost me 22, that's going to cost me 23. Dodge 9, that's going to cost me 32. This is total XP, by the way. It's going to take me a little while to get up there. Generally speaking, after about 6, 7 does, like, you start, the investment starts getting a little high. Starts getting a lot more difficult to get things. And remember, You can still fail. Remember, this is D12 roll under. Having a 6 doesn't mean you automatically are going to succeed at everything. It means you have a 50-50 of fucking someone's day over. And you could roll a 1 and have a -1 to hit you. It's... Oh, for fuck's sake, what's the best result to barely succeed? For fuck's sake, why? The thing is there. It makes sense because it's easier to read. I can tell you that. That is entirely why that's there. Hey, think about it. I'm dodging. I've got a, let's say for example, I've got a 6. I roll a 5. That's a 5 penalty. I can slide over to you and say you got a -5. Versus I rolled a 1 and it's 1 minus 6, so that would be a -5. No, 5, easy. You know exactly what it is by virtue on what's on the dice. That is it's entirely, mind you, entirely just user interface. That's all it is. It works surprisingly well. The flow of things does function. It also makes sure that someone with like 16 dodge or whatever, if they manage to get up that high, it also makes sure that they don't automatically get like stupid results every time, because what are you going to get at best, at the absolute best, with a dodge of 16, 20, 200 or whatever, you're going to get a -11 to dodge. That's all you're going to get. You're going to get a -11 because that is the highest you can roll in that die. Roll a 12, you fucking failed. You auto fail. Always think smart. Do not think hard. Think what's on the die, and you automatically see it's like, all right, that's easy enough to understand. And then again, it can be defensive penalties, easy enough. Then we resolve, because the thing is, combat resolves in an action order. So the cleric, so it's like if the slowest person is going to announce what they're going to do first, you don't know what the fuck any of these guys are doing. If you are faster, you get to announce last, but you get to act first. So if the cleric's like, well, I am going to hit you with my sword, I'm going to hit you with my hammer, and you're like, I'm going to stab you 3 times. I got a negative fucking 3, -2 to it, everything, but I've got a bunch of benefits already, and I'm in a good position. I'm gonna stab you 3 times, bang, 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 and oh hey, you're bleeding on the ground, dead. You can't hit me. I've already won. Or hey, I'm gonna dodge. What am I gonna do? I know you're going to attack me. It's time to dodge, and I've got hey, I roll a 5, and I'm -5 to your hit. Come on, bitch. The thing, though, is that injury is automatic. You get hit, you automatically are going to take the damage. That doesn't resolve at the end of the round or anything like that. So if I swing at you and I deal 8 bajillion damage, you won't, but if I kill you before your action goes off, your action doesn't go off because you're dead. Or you might take an injury penalty to things all of a sudden. Hey, you've been stabbed trying to stab me, you have a -3 injury penalty. Suddenly, you can't succeed. You're physically too injured. You kind of just flail helplessly. So, and then the end of the round, and then you begin. So, injury. Injury is weird. This is one of the things I do not like about this game. I think the idea, I understand what they're going for. It's just very convoluted. And the way that it tries to get from point A to point B is like, I don't think this works the way that you think. I would need to see it in action a lot more, but it's like, this is kind of strange. So, at its core, injury is physical damage. You've been stabbed with a weapon. You have been shot with a gun. You have fallen off a cliff. Many things. Ow. Owie zowie my bony wonies. Now, there are 3 states of death. There is, you're perfectly fine, you're partially incapacitated, and you're fully incapacitated. So, you are fine when you have all skills available. You are partially incapped when some unavailable skills. You have lost the ability to use certain skills, and you are fucked if you have no skills available. Because remember, these are all penalties, taking injury penalties. So, for example, right off the bat, if I take a lot of damage, oh no, I've taken a ton of damage, and I'm at -4, I'm at -2 injury penalty. I'm only partially incapacitated. I can still act, I can still move, I can still block, I can still do all of these. Am I likely to succeed at any of them? Nope, not at all. I am super fucked. But I'm still standing. But let's say if I hit -4 injury penalty, I can no longer use any of my combat abilities. The only thing keeping me up is my alertness and my stealth. I need to get out of there, and I am probably not going to. I am barely standing. I am super duper fucked. I hit -8. I am completely incapacitated at this point. I am on the ground. I am unconscious. I am bleeding to death. I am not going to make it. We are not making it out of the hood. Now, the thing is, yeah, in all his combat skills, he is defeated. Yeah, if you go down in all of your combat skills, you're defeated. In greater than any of his skill stats, combat or otherwise, he's totally incapacitated. When you are defeated, you are effectively at the mercy of the enemy. You have fallen over, you are out of commission, you are not going to fight anymore. They effectively are like, fucking yield or I beat the shit out of you or I kill you. And usual outcome is you die. So, the big thing though is the idea of the withstand injury skill. Withstand injury is really weird. So, there is a death spiral to things, but it's, how do I want to word this? Like, let's see, yeah. So, one of the ideas is, let's say, for example, I take 3 damage. Ow, I am hurt. I'm going to take, so you would think, okay, -3 damage, that's pretty bad. What you can do is you can make a withstand injury roll, a within roll. I'm gonna make a within roll. I rolled a 2. I reduced damage by 2, down to 1, to a minimum of 1. Because your withstand injury roll is similar to like a dodge penalty. You're effectively inflicting a penalty on the damage you're being inflicted. It's a little bit goofy, it's a little bit weird, and if you fail it, you just take full damage. However, that's where the injury skill comes in. I actually put that in the wrong area. Which is the injury stat. They don't tell you this very much. It's very strange. I don't like this. However, when you are hurt, when you get stabbed and I take, let's say, 2 damage, but I take 3 damage, ow! Oh no! I don't take that injury penalty right away. Instead, I take whatever my withstand injury skill is and reduce my injury stat. I reduce my injury stat by that amount. You can kind of think of it like your injury stat equal to your withstand injury. Yeah, is equal to your withstand injury. You see I have a 3 there. And is kind of like your injury stat is your overhealth before the death spiral. So if you're really good at withstanding injury, if you have like a 7 or 8, you have more health to soak up that damage before you start feeling it. That's the best way to think about it. You don't need to feel that damage as much, and you can reduce the damage down with the same skill. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. It's very strange. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I don't know if I like this or not. I would probably change this to a flat value based off a few of your skills, built based off like your attributes or your skills or abilities or something like this, and being like, hey, you get that, and you want to take withstand injury, that's a check for you to withstand certain things. Or it's just a flat value, you don't roll that often. However, it's a very weird thing just due to how the nature of it, deducted from the injured character's injury stat. Then you start taking injury penalties when your injury stat is below 0. Yeah, it's one of those, like, what the fuck are you smoking things. It's pretty easy to, not easy to heal. You pretty much heal 1 point of injury every day. Unless you're under medical supervision, then it's 3. You can make call shots to vulnerable areas. Hey, you've been defeated. What do you want to do when someone's defeated? Kill one. Just stab them in the face. Ah. This is where things like where priestcraft gets a little bit weird, and like certain abilities where you can't, like certain abilities like don't actually cause damage to you. They cause infirmity. Like, yeah, I'm not lowering your health. I'm making it so you can't see, or I'm blowing up your penis. Like, I'm not doing any damage. Just ah. A very strange version of, like, let's talk about illnesses and diseases. You want to have a very in-depth injury and disease system, you totally can. But yeah, combat's pretty quick, but combat can be very simple at the same time. You get things like fainting. Like, fainting is really horrifying. You take the action penalty for fainting. Hey, in the modifier, you make a feint roll. If you fail, you roll strike normally. If your feint is successful, you make your strike roll with a feint bonus to your strike stat. So if your feint's like 5, you make that, and then you add your feint bonus. It's like, haha, hee hee, hoo hoo. You've done like fucking 16 plus 16. So it's like a blade of shield? What? It's a little bit weird, because again, like, it's a term thing. It's your injury stat is equal to withstand injury. Okay, easy enough to understand. However, withstand injury is not your injury stat. As withstand injury actually lowers the amount of potential damage you take from an attack to lower your injury stat. But if your injury stat is 0, you start taking the injury penalty, which is a penalty to all skills. It's effectively a blade of armor. It's very strange. It sort of works, it sort of doesn't, and it's like, okay. It's one of those things where you just kind of like nod. You're like, I understand, like, this works. It makes sense. Like what they're trying to do because of like what's available to them. On the other hand, I'm like, this could have been written out a lot better. Yeah, like fainting is bonkers. You can fuck with people very badly with fainting. Problem is you have to make a second action with it, so that could be really fucking you up. Disarming, you can just actually disarm people, and disarming them is really fucking good, by the way, especially if they're trying to parry you. Because if they parry you, you get an advantage. So they're like, aha, I'm going to parry you, and then you get to go next and be like, I'm just going to disarm you. I'm just going to hit your sword away because I'm going to go faster than you. Aha, Lamau. On the other hand, you want to parry? You really want to now parry when you know they're going to try to disarm you? No, you don't. Yeah, so parrying is kind of the idea, same idea as dodging. Generally speaking, parrying is really good in melee. Blocking is really good in every other situation, but you need to have a shield. Weirdly enough, you cannot dodge missile fire. Penis deletus. This army is always cheesy as fuck. It is. It's a cheesy as fuck maneuver, and interacts with the game kind of weird. I wish there was more, like, wish there was something else going on there. But yeah, weirdly enough, you can't dodge, like, missile fire. Like, I get it. I get why you can't. I would have probably put it in there, like, it's a penalty depending on what's being, like, it's a penalty to dodge. And it's like, hey, someone's shooting a bow at you, that's going to be like a -4. It's like, yeah, most people cannot dodge a bow getting shot at them. On the other hand, if you're really good at dodging, you might be able to, because you're just that good. Hey, this person's got a fucking Glock, and he wants to shoot you with the Glock. You're not dodging that shit. Sunder builds. Yep, welcome to Sunder builds. Luckily, there isn't really anything like that in this game. Yeah, blocking, same idea. Blocking doesn't pose, blocking and dodging and parrying and all that, it affects everybody, which I do like. I do like the fact that it does, you don't really have to be like, I'm blocking you and I'm going to get fucked over by this person. No, you just block and everyone takes the penalty to hit you. I'm fine with that. Movement has incredibly autistic rules, by the way. We're not even going to talk about them. Because, mind you, this is all just movement rules. Because what it's... The very simple way of saying this looks like, oh, this looks horrifically complicated. However, there's no map or anything. It's effectively, hey, I want to run away. You can make a movement check to try to run away. But someone may attempt to catch up to you, which is a completely different role to do the same. Or like, how far do you run? It's a very convoluted way of doing things. It's like, this is kind of silly. We could probably make this a lot easier. Yeah, can we? Yeah. Attacking with favored hands is actually a big thing as well. Hey, that asshole's got, hey, your right hand goes up. You can attack with your left hand, but if you're not left-handed, you're not going to have a good time. However, if you're ambidextrous, you can do both. You can ignore it. You can attack with 2 weapons, and you actually get a free attack with two weapon builds. You do get 2 free strikes with them, which is really fucking good, which is one of the reasons why Ira went down that route. Combat, various combat conditions, weapons and armor. Weapons and armor. Various weapons, various lists. This is what a vast majority of the actual weapons look like. Not exactly the most, like, comprehensive, but it doesn't really need to be. I chose to take a dagger. Daggers do not get a strike bonus. They don't get a parry modifier, because if you actually see, some of these do get parry modifiers. Some of them get strike modifiers. However, we don't get any disarm modifiers either, but we don't get any timing penalties either. Because if you wield a heavier weapon, your timing is going to be a lot worse. Or you might get a terrible bonus to begin with. You might not be able to roll at all. Hey, what are you working with? What's the armor penalty? Do we have any armor penalty? Hey, how much do we have to pay for it? Probably nothing, or a little bit. You want to have a cool big-ass sword? Like, cool, you want to have a big, great-ass sword? It's going to cost you 3. It's going to be real slow. However, you hit someone with this thing, they're going to die. They are going to see the forever box. Star modifier, withstand injury penalties. Ooh. Yeah, you can technically get to a point where they can't even withstand injuries and when they hit you with it. Yeah. Mm. Where is the fucking various missile? This is like the weird weapon specialization where you get bonuses to hit. Why is there the bonus to hit thing over here? I have no idea. This is how you could specialize in weapons to get bonuses to actually hit, and you spend AP on these things. Why is it down here? I have no actual idea. Honest to God, no clue. Not a single one. Dodge penalties, modifiers. You want a little bit of equipment autism? We can go into a little bit of equipment autism. Let me just do a quick double check on something. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that I'm not going insane. Where is it? I want to. Let's see, where is it? Equal to the attacker's roll. Dual wielding to get extra attacks. Obsessed players just get a boner. Oh yeah, you could be cheesy as fuck, but if you use like 2 really heavy weapons, you're gonna be going like last. And yeah, hey, have no fear. We can injure people pretty bad. All Iroh needs to do is hit you once with his dagger, and he's gonna do some damage. Because that's all he's doing, is Iroh's an asshole with 2 knives, and that's what he wants to do, is stab you to death. And yeah, you can go pretty extensive with it. I'm gonna zoom past priestcraft and wizardry bullshit, because this is a little bit weird. This is very specific as well. Effectively, priestcraft and magic and all of that uses the same system. Try to get as close to, try to do well. However, most things are based around these skills. Channeling, communion. You don't have spells necessarily. You have these. Priests, these are every single one of the priest spells, effectively. You want to heal someone? This is how you do it. Hey, you want to curse someone? This is how you do it. Easy. The thing is, the more you do priest shit, the lower your fervor is getting. Your fervor hits 0, you're actually going to start taking penalties. It's going to be a lot harder for you to actually, do priest stuff until you sit down, do some prayer, and you're going to get all your abilities back. Priests are very adaptable in this game. I do like that idea behind them. It is, excommunion, restore fervor. If you want to play a paladin, it's very easy to play a paladin. You want to just, hey, let's go to prayer. Hey, let's go to religious study. Hey, let's do some meditation. The more you learn, the better you're doing. And you can use all these abilities to do things. Blessing people gives them bonuses. Consecrating item is like, hey, bless objects. Hey, you want to have a +2 using this awesome consecrated sword of awesome killing? Yeah, we totally can. I'm endowing it with a parry bonus. Hey, I'm going to make a holy sword that can auto parry, baby. Hell yeah. Defiling, healing, a bunch of other things. Hey, gear autism is what funds these things, baby. Gear autism's half the fun. Yeah, fervor, priest is subject to a -2 fervor penalty. Effectively, the more you push being a holy man, the harder it is. And yeah, you can attempt to resurrect someone if you have an insane fucking modifier, though. You need big money to even attempt a resurrection. Like, hey, you want to attempt to resurrect a motherfucker, you're going to need to try. It's a -12. Minimum you need a 13 in this. Minimum. But if you want to make it even a slight chance, you're looking at 16, 17 even. But if you're a 17 priest, if you've spent 17 points into resurrection, you could probably just keep them alive with healing a lot easier. Yeah. You may try again, but no, you try, yeah. Yep, and you actually lose stats by doing that, by the way. Generally speaking, and you also get some miracles, which miracles are a little bit like open spells. Like you can just ask for a miracle and be like, please give me something, oh god, please. Generally, that's the GM tells you to fuck off, or GM says, yeah, roll it. Make this roll, I believe in you, and everyone says, yay, or everyone cringes as fails miserably again. Interestingly enough, magic in this setting, and magic in this game, is actually entirely based off your luck. Yes, to be a wizard, you need to be smart, and you need to be lucky, and most of the time, you're going to be neither. Burning spells, like, you want to use spell points to pretty much get it, but you get them back pretty easily. It's, let me see if I can find known spells and new spells. But you get spells back, you get spell points back pretty consistently, because spell casting is unstable. And you can try to keep things going. But if you do catastrophically fail, it's going to be a catastrophic failure and everyone's going to laugh. You're going to get spell points equal to your luck stat. Hey, you have a luck stat of 5? Cool. You're going to have a total of 40 fucking spell points. That is 5 per hour. You're doing good. You're going to be fine. Hey, you burnt a lot? Aw, shit. Like, we're not going to do fun. Like, this is going to go poorly. So, we're going to go down to, let me see if we can find a very specific spell just to explain it a little bit. A lot of spell resistance, how to withstand injury, withstand magic, withstand how to fucking fail. If you fail horribly, what happens? Does it fizzle? Yeah. If you roll a 12, you get a massive spell failure, which is, we get some weird, let's see, we rolled a 12, fiery explosion inflicts 4 injury points on the caster and everyone in her party. Opponents of the caster are not affected, no matter how close they may be to the blast. Hey, legs go weak and she falls to the ground. She cannot stand for 6 rounds. The caster drops to 0. Hey, emanate from the caster causing 8 injury points in her party. Hey, 8 injury points. That's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, like, hey, I have any action from number of round equal to a skill stat. Burst into song for 4 rounds. Have no fear. You lose consciousness for 12 rounds. The caster's mother appears, tells him she's always knew he would come to nothing. It spanks him very hard. 15 injury points. 15 injury points, mind you. Luckily, you don't have to roll D24 constantly. But 15 injury points will probably kill you. What game is this? Cut me a break here. Oh, Lord, no. Makes you for death. That has to be a fetish. Oh, it is. Thank you yet again, Bobby. But this is Dominion Rules 3rd Edition. Dominion Rules 3rd Edition is a free role-playing game. You are perfectly free to download it right now. And it is a fantasy game that is got a little bit of everything. I'm enjoying it. It's a D12 roll under system, though. Now let's see if we can find like a very the alchemy spells. You know how difficult it is to cast alchemy spells. We will do. Let me see, find a good one. Magic door. With this spell, the caster changes part of the wall into a door. Creatures then go through the door to enter, leave building, pass into an adjoining room. On the remaining wall and so forth until he gets out. For example, 3 successive magic doors will create a 3-door passage through a wall 4.5 meters thick. Cool. You declare where the spell is going to be, and you roll less or equal to your alchemy stat. It must be placed within caster's line of sight. If she holds a key made of gold in her hand and she casts a spell, the key survives the casting. Alright, number of rounds. Alright, cool. You know, when it is bounced back into the room that your place came, you know, it can be maintained, so you can pretty much burn spell points to keep it around. You cannot cast it again on the wall. On a 12, the door may be locked, or it may be too small to pass through. Sorry, asshole. You've literally opened up a door, and you, like, here's my magic door, and it won't open for you. But yeah, like, there aren't many spells, but they're very open to interpretation. Hey, you want to turn a creature into a humanoid? You want to turn a creature into an object? Yeah, go for it. Hey, you want to do wizard trick? Turn an asshole into an animal. Have no fear. Yep, intend to make change into something totally unexpected, possibly deadly. Yo, now, it's kind of the idea that, here is alchemy is the art of transmutation. Very easy enough to understand. Now, arcana is the mysteries and mysterious bullshit. How do I comprehend languages or expose magic? I want to hoodwink someone. I want to dispel magic. Alright, easy enough to understand. You want to conjure something. What do I want to conjure? I want an object. I want a wall. I want weather. I want to put you in sadness jail. I want to call a cool sword. I want to conjure a web. Have no fear, everyone. Time to conjure dagger. Conjure rock. Based on your mother spanking you to death, I might pass. Yeah. That's a thick-ass wall. But yeah, no, it's, Dominion Rules is... It's actually, like, that's really, like, one of the only weird things about it. It's pretty normal, all things considering. It's also a catastrophic wizard failure if you roll exponentially horribly. And that's, like, catastrophically horribly. While funny. Yeah, it's dark, fire ring. So let's, enchantment. How do we make things better? Hey, I want to animate flames. I want to fly. I want to mesmerize. I want to cast breathe water. All right, cool. Very, very simple, very easy to understand. Hexing is the curse one. Hex armor, spell bounce, at a loss, hex a place, baffle people with language. Various illusions. Let me see if I can find the sorcery. The most feared. Any magic can be put to evil use. Sorcery is devoted exclusively to the infliction of suffering. Spell failure, greater sorcery. Furthermore, the dangers of massive spell failure are greater with sorcery spells. Injuring the caster in madness are possible result of rolling a 12. Drive many witches to specialize in other types of magic. Hey, you want to cast Gunther's Noxious Cloud? You want to cast fucking Icy Blast? Want to cast, horrible things going on? You can. So, like, let's see. What if I fail? What happens if I fail? May try the spell again. On a 12, the fire explodes, burning the caster for 3 injury points. Cool. You just explode. Have no fear. Yeah, you can, yeah. Things can go very wrong for you casting magic. You can also summon things, so you can be a summoning asshole if you really want to. There are quite a few different spells, and they even teach you how to make your own. And don't forget, you can also play a monster if you want. You want to play a monster? You just choose some of these. And that's how you go for it. Like, let's say, let's go all the way down to, let's say I want to play an Earth Dragon. Want to know how we play an Earth Dragon? You take these, and that's it. Played an Earth Dragon. Hey, you're wondering why you want to play a dragon? Yeah, you can. Nothing's stopping you. Want to play a dryad? This is how you play a dryad. Want to play a dwarf? You can just play a dwarf normally, but here it is. You want to play a very basic-ass dwarf. But technically, anything is available for you to actually play. It's your prerogative to do such. Including various goblins, which is probably one of the most disgusting-looking goblins I've seen in a while. Or halflings. Have no fear, it's halfling kind. Damn halflings. You want to play a fucking horse? Have no fear, everyone. It's me. I want... Man, geez, John, what are you playing? Oh, have no fear. I'm going to be playing the horse. Why does the horse have a weapon? Have no fear. Nothing is saying you can't play a horse. People will be looking at you kind of weird, but you can. Oh, give those a juba. Also, orc with a K. We are right crumpin' boys. Skeletons! Yeah, trolls also look fucking awful. I hate trolls. Looks so spooky. Is this Dominion still? Yes. We're just wrapping up Dominion. You can play a unicorn. I don't know if you would want to play a unicorn or a whale, but you can play a whale. There's nothing saying you can't. And it's like, how do we make a new beast? Fawn or satyr. You know, it's like, hey, human-like skills available to them, cool. But it's just like, hey, we don't need to create any new skills. Let's check what we want them to do. That's it. That's how you make one. Here's the open the license for everything. Because this, again, you gotta remember, Dominions was probably the first game to do the open source gaming thing. Is Dominions good? Land of Eam. Land of Eam, if I remember correctly, that is, according to James' lawsuit. Is Dominions good? Yeah, Dominions is good. Because here's the thing. It's a completely free game that you can edit to do whatever you want. Hey, I don't like the combat rules I don't like the health system rules very much. I can change them in the first 5 seconds. It takes me 2 goddamn seconds for me to change the combat rule. Hey, I don't like the weapon. I want more weapons. Cool, you can just add more weapons. They take 5 seconds to make. It's very easy to make new weapons. Hey, I want to make a new monster. Cool, you can make a new monster. Hey, I want to play Hiver. I want to play Hiver from Kenshi. Awesome, there you go. That's how you play Hiver from Kenshi. It's very easy to edit this game. And that's kind of the point. But I will say this. This is my smoking gun. Me waving the gun haphazardly in the air as it smokes violently. Dominions is in this weird place because I've talked about generic systems before, because I would say there's the scale of generic systems fall into true generic and toolbox games. True generic is like, here is a singular, like, genre we're trying to do. Mutants and Masterminds is a good example. We went over them a little bit earlier today. And it's like, hey, what does Mutants and Masterminds do? It's a game about superheroes. Can you do anything else with Mutants and Masterminds? Not really. It's going to be superheroes. That's the goal. Toolbox games are like GURPS. GURPS can do anything you want. You can run GURPS Supers, you can run GURPS Westerns, you can run GURPS Fantasy, you can run GURPS whatever the fuck you feel like. However, it does not assume that. Dominions is in like this weird like... People are yelling outside. Dominions is in this weird middle place. That goo between. Because you can change this game to be incredibly low fantasy, or you can make it really high fantasy, or you can really edit it to however you want, but like as presented. Because that's what we got to look at it. We can't look at it what may be, we have to look at it what it is. What it is being presented as is a historical and fantasy role-playing game. And it kind of just does... It's a bundle of rules, if that makes sense. It's a bundle of rules about doing fantasy things vaguely. Some people are going to say, fuck yes, this is it. This is super easy to get into. We can easily hit the ground running and we can have some fun fightings and stuff like that. Cool. Some people are going to say, I want something more high fantasy. I want something more focused. I want something more sword and sorcery. I want something more up what I want without having to bend things a little bit more. Rather than something like GURPS, for example, which is a true toolbox where you can do whatever you want, and it's just like, hey, we're going to use GURPS to play my cyber biopunk nightmare super horror game in the same vein of we can use GURPS to play my high octane rock and roll simulator. Dominions does its one thing, but it's very loose in that one thing. Where if you want something really focused, you're not going to get it, but if you want something a lot broader to be adapted elsewhere, you could probably do it, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Do I think it's bad? No. I do not think it's bad. And maybe if this gets a little bit more love, we'd see a little bit more stuff behind it. I think that's the big thing. If we saw some more things behind it, it would be kind of the death of any of these open source games is people, caring about it, which is a lot easier said than done. And that is, that's that. So I guess we have to begin our resident, our dive into darkness, as one might say. Oh. Give me 1 second. Let me log into Kickstarter here real fast. Because we love Kickstarter. I love democracy. All right. So. Yay, STL files. All right, no, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. No. Okay. 5e dice. Zine. Because it's zine month. Oh yeah, it's zine month. Oh boy, I love zines. Let's see, is this Digipunk? Oh. STL, that's just porn. That's just porn. Diverse character tokens. That's all AI generated art that you want a bunch of money for. And if it's not, I'm gonna be fucking baffled. Decisive battles were guillotine, crown of blood. All right, cool. Crown of blood, Red Borg. Boomer shooter TTRPG. All right, boomer shooter TTRPG. Legally distinct Chaos Warrior TMCR. Let's see. The TTRPG collection, Mapazine, Van Gogh tokens, STL, a glaive adventure. What the fuck is glaive? A skeleton punk. A skeleton punk? Skeleton punk? Really, guys? Skeleton punk? Do we have no other names anymore? Nothing else? We really working with skeleton punk now? Alright. Gaia, evolution by design. Alright. A new source book for the Gaia complex. Source. It's a source book. Okay, let's Milk Bar, a sci-fi role-playing game in post-Soviet Poland. Alright. Pick Your Path adventure book. Combat tractor drone. Troika. Oh, Troika. People still play Troika? I didn't know. Pokés. Dynamic collectible card displays. That's... Alright. Okay. It's Steamboat Willie again, because we can't escape Steamboat Willie. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. The Neon Jungle. Mutant Crawl Classics, MCC. Okay, so let's Boltia, City of Rotten Revenge. Is it a... Let's see. It's just a zine about this. It's about nothing. Cool. Are you about something? Elven Haven. 2 subspecies. What's it for? Zine. Nothing important. Welcome to 8-bit here. 8-bit theater. Light Warriors. If they're Dr. Pepper, you're Dr. Thunder. You were the hero destined to save the world from certain doom. Truth that you were the certain doom. Light Warriors even standing nearby when it happened. They got soaked with the stink of destiny on them. Where you're alive getting isekai to save a bunch of worlds, but it always goes wrong because they are real bad at this. Oh, GM-less or not. No, GM. Oh. Gonna hit that. Guillotine, Crown of Blood. Red Borg, it can't be that bad. Oh, it's Italians. Those who attempt to stand up to these leaders are arrested or killed. Capitalist fat cats get better. You are a revolutionary. Contested Red Borg. Oh my god, it's Italians. How does this keep happening? Hey, please make stuff for us. Please make stuff for us. Has its own Mork Borg powered system. Oh, I fucking hate Italians. Alright. Feels like 10 years too late. Like, I'm a fan of Bones Deed, Skeleton Drone, still running Crab Consortium, attacking humans for Troika. Said the man who made a Bless Punk game recently. People ever played Troika? Conviction. I mean... It's not a fucking zine. Sprugazine? No, probably not. I don't do like, it's been a while since I've done a Sprugazine. Like, I was like, you already punked so many solo TRPGs. Nostalgia for a time you wouldn't liked one bit. Got gun glut of graphic violence. Alright. Okay, alright. Alright, we're gaming. Episodes and missions, alright. Transfemar forgot. Oh. Hi, Garrett. Grace. Very unfortunate naming. Let's see. So what do you gotta do? Take the role of Viscera, attempted sacrifice Elder's God, would gut her cult. Let's see. BD action. It's played via linear campaign, split into episodes and missions. Only one axis you can move forward or backwards. That's kind of neat. While out of that range, despawn and respawn at the end of the round. That's... I mean, what else have you worked on? Hello, Grace. Hello, Grace. What have you worked on? Tell me more about your games. Multimedia. Not... Okay, I was like, is that Nottingham? Nottingham, not again. Vector, video, articles, multimedia, prose, world builder, TTRPG projects. Tell me more about your projects. Operation Thingamajig. Order to the dark fantasy setting and TRPG with a heavy dose of cosmic body horror with inspiration in part of the Mesoamerican civilization. Quet's homepage. Flow room. Brand logo. Operation Thingamajig. Roguelike comedy RPG. That's okay. What's Quet all about? Tell me more about Quet. Graphic violence from media has no visual feedback whatsoever. Ultra Kill the TRPG. Nottingham. It's not Nottingham, unfortunately. Nottingham does have a very extensive Eldritch forces, Eldritch culture. Got a lot of stuff here. Oh, Patreon. We got a time spool. What the fuck is time spool? Oh, that's Grace. Name time spool. World Anvil, Red Bubble. There's a Red Bubble for Quet? Unsurprising. It looks like it's a bunch of logos. Alright, that's fine. I mean, shine on, Crazy Diamond. That's all I can really say. Shine on, Crazy Diamond. You only want $500 for it, and people are going to pay you for it, obviously. Cult of Morok. Tell me, Cult of Morok, you are a glaive adventure. What the fuck is glaive? What is this? Ob's book. Glaive. Glaive V2 PDF old school fantasy RPG. The Glaive combines simplicity of old school with Glaive Kickstarter project. Okay, it's another old school hack. Okay. Solo TTRPG about drawing pictures and okay, that's fine. A strong hit. Journaling art game. That's Milk Bar. How do I become Polish? I designed to become Polish. Funnel rules. Which you have your group of upstart communards find and take back the milk bar from a grasp of capital. Start at 0 and cut your milk teeth. Are you? Hello, I'm Eric. I'm a pierogi core graphic designer. He lives in the UK. He lives in the UK. How does this keep happening? Hey, I need to send this to my... Give me 1 second. Oh, God. Oh, no. Bones. My bones. My body. My soul. I need to send this to I need to send this to someone very important. Yeah, Leeds, UK. Leeds Bray Pierogi Core. Where are you? I have to send it to my my Polish man. Yeah, I'm fascinated by some people sometimes. I always must know. Hello, Bodhi. So it's a choose your own. It's just a choose your own adventure book. That's fine. Fealty. All right. Okay. All right. All right. And direct a small fantastical country and capricious monarch. Choose between the whims of the crown and the nation. Role-playing game, drama and fiction first. Responsibility and power. Welcome to the kingdom of Kier. Kier and its neighbors have worked to understand the new magic and application, both marvelous and terrible. Race forces. Expand ever outward, and the rolling plains of Tar cannot produce grain forever. Will you lead your head of state to become a conqueror, a diplomat, or will you ensure that their legacy will be last fool who ruled in... Or will you ensure that their legacy will be the last fool who ruled the people of Kerr? Illuminated tome. The ink pot. Oh, it's playbooks. What do we... Oh, it's Dreams Askew. How does this happen to me? Rogi Core, fuck off. Oh, Lord. Lord Almighty. The Sewers and Stars. Tarot-based. Standalone expansion with tarot-based? Let's see. The Hidden Isle. Let's see. It's the Hidden Isle. I remember this game. I never went over it because it kind of looked a little bit odd, but I'll sure to take a note of it. Rushlight. Medieval horror role-playing. Medieval folk horror. Alright, cool. We're ill-gotten games. How do I know you? Why am I scared that I vaguely know you? Oh, you wrote Crux. Crux isn't really a game, but it works. Pocket Tactics. Yeah, this was... Yeah, no, alright. I know this. I know these people. Does he use Crux? Yeah, he uses Crux. Crux is fine. Not good, not bad. Just there. Let's see. Rock the Apocalypse. Rock! Toku Legends, power inspired by Henshin Heroes. Let's see. Narrative-driven RPG of Death Game. Wow, is it going to be? I think I know. Light rules and hard sci-fi. This doesn't feel like this should go together. Let's see. Okay, we're Pink Security, a junk punk game. Junkapunka. No Nazis in NSR. Actions fighting wrongs and bearing axes in Nazis. No Nazis in Valhalla. I don't think people of Valhalla would know what the fuck a Nazi is. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a silly goose. I'm just a silly man. Just a silly clown. I know nothing. Silly clown. If it uses cards, I'm gonna kill myself. Savant Cadets Military Team-based TRPG. Alright, let's... The Abbott Trilogy. 3 system agnostic... Okay, no. An office survive... 5e modern horror adventure. That's... That everything about that statement fills me with a kind of dread that I could only really put into the modern day. I love society. I love democracy. Yeah, no, we've been over some of these before. So, Rock the Apocalypse. What's Rock the Apocalypse about? Center of the once baton now. Crater pooling with radiation. Let's see. The cliff. The cliff is a hot spot in the entertainment because it hosts the show. The edge of the cliff. Rock the Apocalypse is a zine style. A little quirky, different genre post-apocalyptic music isn't part of the setting. It's just an integral part of the gameplay. Your set list will be part of your combat repertoire. You will require good stats and right skills in combat and RPG elements to lead in this rock opera-inspired TRPG. Battle raiders and tackle the battle of the bands at your gig. Alright. What's the game like, though? What's the game? I want to know what the game is. You're not going to not tell me, right? It's Apocalypse World. I'm just going to kill myself. How does this keep happening? Okay, Toku Legends. What are you, Toku Legends? Okay, what are you? The game is a tabletop RPG, more like Kamen Rider. Oh my god, it's every single fucking thing at once again. Supplement for Nebula Chaos. Why the fuck would it's a supplement for another game? Have any of you heard of Nebula Chaos before? Literally everything again. You can't just put everything at once and just say like, ah, yeah, no, this is genius. Like, no, that's not how any of this works. Okay, we're just gonna quickly, let's see, what's the game like? Wow, who could have fucking thought Squidogamos? We're getting critical slot mass. Democracy is better than authoritarianism. Let's see. Crooked Moon made 4 million. Ermagood Nertsies. We love Nertsies here. Thank you very much. I put them next to my Roman statue profile pictures. My extensive Roman profile pictures. Yeah, effectively. Democracy is the worst form of government, except all the others. Let's see. Been in development since 2021. What the fuck? DC funnels? Like, how does it work? Create a competitor, different die sizes. Okay, it's a die size. Yeah, alright. Alright. I mean, you can either make this can either be really interesting or really is an indie darling. I have no idea who the fuck you are. Let's see, Laurie O'Connell. Let's see, have you? They made a Lancer thing about trans necromancers. Yeah, that adds up. And apparently your name is also Elizabeth Full. That's oh, his work. Okay, Lichcraft. End of an NHS waiting line and Hieronymus. Oh. Like, the idea works fine. I'm curious. It can either be done really well or it'll be incredibly cringe. There's really no in between. Void Alone. Let's see. Sci-fi principles. Sci-fi game. Alright, what's it? Roll on D6, roll under system with partial successes. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Alright, and 50 pages, that's a big fucking zine, but hey, we can work with it. Alright. Alright, best. We can alright, that's fine. I'm hoping it does well. We're asking for a lot of fucking money though. You're asking for a lot of fucking money. That's not a small amount, but it looks like they're doing a lot with it. Okay, Pink Security. What's Junk Punk? Tell me more about Junk Punk. In January of last year, I lost my job over my mental health. Oh no. Let's see, in its original incarnation, Pink Security and More was a graphic novel titled Polly Pink and the Apocalypse. A fempunk. A fempunk? What the fuck? No. Motherfucker literally resourcing Italy instead of saving money to go to the US for the... Damn it. Let's see. Publishing and funding, a dream come true. Meet Polypunk. See, the thing, Polly Pink. Like, the thing is, I have a strange feeling we're just going to learn a lot about Polly Pink, and unfortunately the rest of the game will be a bit built around that. And even worse, when I see this word too. Yeah, it's an agnostic system. Galactic grip. Gritty space, swift, collaborative story. Oh. Fantastically gritty space western. So it's a D8. It's a 1D8 plus. 1D8 plus mods, probably. It's 1D8 plus mod system, most likely. Alright. No Nazis in Valhalla. Am I going to learn something productive? A complex story designed to immerse. Completely new role-playing system. Okay, old school feel. 3D6 rolls. Everyone physical. What have you made? Beyond Deep, Morkborg. He's made Morkborg. Alright. Global threat. Alright, that's fine. Need a lot of money for something that I don't think has a lot going behind it, but alright. Death enters the saloon. Alright. Italiano. Weird West game. A deck of poker cards. Because it's a Western game, we must use poker cards. I'm gonna kill myself. Nope. We're not doing that. Battle school. Let's see. No, we're not thinking about it. More fucking poker mechanics. Every Western game is just a poker game with different things in it. Come on. This is you have 2 stat pools, brain and brawn. Borrows rules from fucking cipher system. Fucking cipher system. Let's see. In the planning set, players are encouraged to metagame, albeit often in character, declaring what actions they wish to perform. Based on the actions, they will choose there is a direct numerical adjustment to difficulty that everyone. What the fuck? Then the game master takes the sum of these action costs at the encounter difficulty level and informs the player DC for that round. Oh god, it's a horrifying blend of. He's a graphic designer. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. We've learned a lot about life. We'll do our final run at itch.io and slam my face into the wall. New and popular, what do we got? Morkborg. Oh, hey, look everyone, it's Gilla again. Hi Gilla. It's set in the Novaverse. The fuck do you mean Novaverse? Fuck you, Gilla. Fuck you. Oh, fuck off. A Novaverse. Born to Die, World is a fuck. Like. And last but in shiny happy anthem post-human wasteland, collecting trash and using it to fight oppression, banish spirits of dead cops. Banish the spirits of dead cops. Banish the spirits of dead cops. We're on layers of irony I didn't think were possible. We're on layers of meta irony. It's not political, it's a meme. Little knots of obvious go for people in their country they dislike. Or fucking Makarov Champ Gaming, not even once. System named after a thing in the game the players don't use or care about. The thing that these anti-fascist RPGs, literal Nazis, obvious code for people in the country they dislike. He's basically rebooting setting. Looting is going to release soon too. Why is it so clogged? Because it's easy. It's super fucking easy to upload anything to itch.io. Like, it's you have to remember, it is super fucking easy to upload anything to itch.io. There's no, like, it's not really complicated, it's not hard, it's just, let's just upload things as fast as physically possible, because that's what you should do. There is no reason for you to not upload things as fast as physically fucking possible. And the best part is, you don't even really need to upload it well. You can literally just upload anything, because there's no sorting. Because you may be wondering, why is there a fucking... Wow, I'm submitting a first version of the Dancer. Cool, it's literally a 5e homebrew class that's 0.1. You want to play a fucking Dancer? It is on the same caliber as a goddamn mount for Mouse Ritter. This is not even a Mouse Ritter game. This is a map for it. There's no consistency when it comes to like what's actually here and what's not, and the problem is, if you have 10,000, let's say we have 10,000 things, the ones that are going to get sold are going to be the same ones constantly, always going to be the same ones, because you see right here, there's Lancer, there's Wildsea, Armor Austere, Born to Die. People have been buying that. People have bought this game because it's a fucking meme game. It's going to be the next funny meme game. But if you notice here, there's some games that just kind of get pushed off, and we don't see them ever again because they have to be consistently sold. You must consistently update. You must consistent. More. Why aren't you doing more? Why aren't you doing more? Mostly when you go to like top sellers, WildSea got put on itch.io finally. Yeah, Lancer, Malagist, obviously. Like this is all like you gotta remember, this is all Massive, Tom Blue, Massive. These are all the same person effectively. A lot of WildSea stuff got put on there. Don't know really what caused that, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of WildSea. I'll be the first one to say, because I think he's just kind of a big waste of space. But yeah, you kind of see all the expansions and stuff. There's no good way of just saying I want to keep things simple and I want to actually be able to see shit here. Because what are you going to put it under role-playing? Yeah, every single one of these fucking things is a role-playing game. And every single one of them is labeled as such. So it's impossible to sort. That is legitimately the reason. It is an impossible shit show that's impossible to sort. And everyone can upload anything with zero consequence. Because then it's... Average Lancer game is still 50% rules augments. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Yeah, and... Yeah, here's new playbooks. Yay. That, you end up getting, like, jams, and people will submit, like, oh, it's a 24-word jam. They'll upload this, and then it'll clog this, and because there'll be 100 people uploading a 24-fucking-word jam. And then there'll be 500 fucking things here, or it'll be like, oh, hey, look, it's another lo-fi 24xx game, or hey, it's another fucking... I wish there was better organization here, but there legitimately isn't, and I don't think they ever do give a shit about that, nor do they care. Because they have zero reason to care. There is absolutely not a single reason for them to ever give a shit about that. Because this is not itch.io's focus. This itch.io's focus is making real money from real things called literally anything else. Buckshot Roulette has probably made more money for them, has done better than 95% of the games on the physical game. I would say even arguably 98%. This game is 15 fucking minutes long. 15 minutes. Easy. But hey, it's probably made more money and done better on here than anything else. Most of these things probably have. But there's still a bunch of shit on this. Because that's just how itch.io functions. That's just the nature of the beast. Sucks, but that's life. Yeah, it's... They actually, I remember a while ago, someone was like, we're gonna talk to itch, and we're gonna form a group, and we're gonna talk to itch to make the RPG section better. And it went literally nowhere. Because why would it go anywhere? Because itch doesn't care. Itch has no desire to give a shit about it. There's no incentive for them to fix it. And there really isn't any other... Because if you go to DTRPG wants you to focus on the guys who do well, and they already expect you to have an audience. If you go on, fucking the Big Geek Emporium. Big Geek Emporium also has, it's a lot smaller, and there's a lot of people that are, well, their own way of nightmares. You know how it goes. But, well, that guy was a trap to get everyone's contacts. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Nano, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed, good luck, and I hope see you all another time. Probably no stream tomorrow, unless there is something very funny that comes up. But I hope you all have a good time. Good luck, and remember, always have fun.